Hello and welcome to another, possibly a short one today, even though I always say it's short, they end up being 5 hours long. I'm the guy, just waiting for people to join, I'm the guy that does the videos on ancient aliens, even modern aliens. I do look into conspiracy theories, but I don't really talk about them on here because, as you know, people get pulled off of. Even though we're all, I think, even the most diehard people now work out that conspiracies, the theories now are actually pretty much true, but they don't want to believe it. I think a lot of people's worked that out now, which is good. So welcome to everyone that's just joining. I just started, and the reason why I say ask me about ancient aliens, Anunnakis, etc., is because not theories. Mandish wrote, yeah, they're not anymore. Yeah. The benefit of the internet is, we can get information out there a lot quicker. The downside is obviously you get the companies, such as, I won't mention their names, but that create these things called fact checkers. And of course, we all know, who's listening to me right now, know that those fact checkers are really the ones trying to prove the theory's wrong because they're right. They're not doing that. No one makes up a website just to do fact checkers to see whether the moon landed. They could have done that years ago, but of course they didn't. But once it starts getting into the more risque stuff that's happened in the last few years and the chemtrails and whatever else, then they start bringing out these fact checking things where some people, I've got to admit, some people are gullible and they actually believe all of that sort of stuff. Sean Downings wrote, did you Google rains this? I haven't, sorry. I haven't, I've not been doing too much in terms of this recently, but Mandy's wrote, good morning, hope you're doing well. I'm okay, thank you, Mandy, hope you're well. London Chappie, no prizes for guessing where London Chappie comes from. Do you know someone who can tell me about ancient aliens? Me, I guess. I don't want to sound big-headed, but I've 40 years of research. I've come across things that no one else has come across. No one's debunked me on those things that I've come across. Thousands of people have watched them. And yeah, in fact, speaking of that, I have just done a video on my Patreon page. Wait for it, everybody. You're going to love this. Moses. I believe I have found the tablets that talk about Moses under a different name. Of course, even Noah wasn't called Noah. It was called Zazudra. But yeah. So I've come across, so I've put the video up on my Patreon page where I point out the fact that, well, I don't know how much you know about Moses and the 10 plagues, etc., but I've actually I believe I found the tablet that talks about that. And Mandy's wrote, misinformation pushers, aka fact checkers, spot on, yeah. London Chappies wrote Anunnaki and false gods. So technically the Anunnaki, right, so the way it works is the race that we call the Anunnaki, their actual real name for their race, we're called humans, given to us by the Anunnaki, believe it or not. Adamu. The Anunnaki's real race name is Elohim. That's it. It's plural. It's their name. It's written everywhere. Except people don't want to see that. They want to read and translate it into the word God or gods. So it's our fault that we've called them gods. They never once said they were gods. They called planets gods or deities. They called the creator of everything a god, but they didn't really call themselves gods. They just wanted us to worship them, which is fair enough. They're smarter than us. They created us. If we had a little sentient Dobby from Harry Potter, would we not make it do our bidding and worship us until we give it a bit of clothes? Which is pretty much what happened with Adam, or Adapa as his real name was. Enlil, according to the tablets, when he saw Adapa wearing a loincloth over his manhood, went mental, because that then meant that the humans that's been created now have a different understanding to the primates that was was used to create us humans. And he went mental over that and kicked wait for it kicked Adapa, or Adapa, however you want to pronounce it. Guess where he kicked him out of? Hands up. First person writes the answer. Guess where Enlil, the god, kicked Adapa out of? Starts with E. Okay, moving on. Luke has wrote, can you elaborate when you say false gods? What does that mean? Yeah, so really, we attribute gods or God as an almighty being, which is based off of, the only evidence we've got of anything is based off of the Bible. Because I mean, you can say, people say, oh well, I was saved, I heard a voice, I did this, I did that, but of course it's not tangible that we can repeat as a control experiment to prove that there is an almighty being. So we only go by written book, which is the Bible, really. And the Bible comes from the older text called the cuneiform tablets, which sometimes it's in Sumerian, sometimes it's in Babylonian, sometimes Assyrian, Akkadian, etc. But basically, they all still predate Hebrew by thousands of years. So from the point of view of us believing in gods, which was really just the Elohim's name translated to gods, they weren't gods. So we were the ones that created these false gods. Of course, if you read the Bible and believe in the Bible, then you believe there's depends whether you read the Old Testament where it says plural Elohim in their image, which actually we've got the original texts, previous, not the Bible version, but we've actually got the original cuneiform tablets where it talks about Enlil saying, you're not going to make them in our image, meaning us humans, which at the point wasn't called humans. We were called creatures. Basically, yeah, so we've got the original tablet. So there was no gods, unfortunately, down the line. People, where you had offspring off of the Anunnaki, certainly in Egypt and then in Greece, etc. So where you would have Marduk, which ended up being Ra, the sun god. They changed their names a hell of a lot. He at one point said, do not worship the false Elohims, gods. In other words, he wanted, because there was a huge battle between them, it was all written in stone tablets, huge arguments between Marduk, who was a son of Enki, and pretty much the other Anunnaki. And the Anunnaki is really just a name for those that came from space. I know people translate the word heaven, but it's not space. Any Bible words you read heaven, change it to space, and it just makes so much more sense. Because there's in the Bible and in the original text, it says you can see the stars in heaven. Of course, we can see the stars, but does that mean we can see heaven? Of course not. It's in space, so it's just a translation error. So there is no such thing as false gods, because we were the ones that called them gods. So that's our fault for being stupid. Yes, we worshipped them. Yes, they had temples, etc. They had their own temples. They didn't, there was not one particular temple. There was no religion, and they never called themselves gods. They called themselves Elohim because that was their race name, but we attributed, when we translated the word Elohim, we attributed these powers to them, which they did have. They ascended from heaven, space, and they went back up into space. They took some of us with them. Ezekiel, I think Noah went up. I know it doesn't say that in the Bible, but Noah, if you work out who Zazudra was, you find out that he was given immortality. Adapa went up into space, went to Nibiru, in fact, and was told. I read it out on one of my TikToks actually, where the actual translation was that when King Anu wanted to send him back, he said send him back to his, forgive me, was it planet or his Earth or something like that? clearly, if he was on Earth already, and you wouldn't write send him back to his planet. You would say send him back to his land. So clearly, the original tablets make so much more sense than the Bible. Scrolling down, Andy's right. I'm listening. Definitely think there's something to it. Thank you, Andy. Andy's wrote 12,000 years ago. What are you referring to 12,000 years ago? I know a lot of people bring that up to do with Younger Dryas and also to do with Göbekli Tepe, but the Anunnaki were here 450 odd thousand years ago, stayed here right up until about 3,000 of our years, not necessarily BCE. So yeah, 12,000 years ago was before the flood. Well, technically, if you're saying right from now, because obviously there's a 2,000 year difference, so 12,000 years from now would have been coming up to where the flood was. 12,000 years from the beginning of Christ would have been 12,000. Would have been 2,000 years before the flood. Ken has wrote, "Oh my God, grown men looking for a little green man. Too funny." Oh, Ken, you do realise everyone's laughing at you now. Because the problem is, Ken, and you've gone now because you're one of these type of people, but which is a real shame because they don't want to hear. That's exactly where I was going with this. The problem is, how much research have you done, Ken? Have you spent 40 years? Have you spent a year? 5 minutes? Have you watched the news? You haven't. Let's be honest, you haven't. Because if you had, you'd be going, yeah, spot on. But you haven't. And also the green men part, because you're a bit of a numpty, I have to say that, because obviously the green part, because if you did your research, you'd know where the green part come from. The green was actually from a guy in England back in 1940 something. He was a very young child back then, about 5 to 6 years old, in a place called Gateshead in the UK, and him and a group of friends were playing, and a UFO came down in their street. Yes, back then, and little greys got out. Of course, they didn't know them as greys back then. There was no such thing as greys back then that us English knew. And a Bigfoot came out, and of course, again, it wasn't described as a Bigfoot. It was described as a 10-foot hairy man, and this was all written in the newspaper. But the problem was, the children up in that area had very, very strong accents. So when the news reporter was writing it down, and the little boy said, "Little green men," the reporter wrote down green. The little boy said grey. So Ken, a prize numpty, only because you didn't know that. Why didn't you know that? Because you haven't done any research. And if you've done research, you will find there's a lot. Andy wrote Lower Dryas. You was referring to the Younger Dryas, I guess, which is really to do with the. I mean, if you actually read the original tablets, I know people go on about the Younger Dryas, and it kind of winds me up a little bit, because when you actually read the Sumerian tablets, there was many, many periods of absolute freezing for them, many periods. So I know people go on about that particular thing, but I just see it as another period in time where things froze, and that is totally possible. That's when one of those periods that they were here for 450,000 years, where Antarctica froze over, because there are maps of Antarctica that show the coastline. Now, we can see the coastline now fairly recently because the ice is melting, and we can see it. So there was a period, logically, no one would have guessed the outline, especially when they didn't have satellites and things like that. So you would have had to have sailed around it and guessed, unless you was from above. So someone way back in our history saw Antarctica without, certainly the coastline without ice on it. And if you read the Sumerian tablets, etc., you'll find that there was at least 3 or 4 periods, if I remember correctly, over the 450,000 years, where it got to a point where it was, damn cold for them. And of course, if you go along with the belief that there is a UFO under the ice in Antarctica, then could that have froze over at that very point where it went very cold very quickly? TGI Fry has wrote, I had a dream about my grandma. I'm guessing she's passed. If she's passed, there's two things. I've looked into dreams quite a lot, but I don't normally go into what people dream of. I normally go into why people dream. But if there was a message in that dream, try and listen to what that message was, because they can communicate through, because basically they're a light energy being at this point. If they've passed over and they've not crossed over again, that's where they cross over to the next plane of existence. Once they do that, then the orb that they're controlling takes control back, and that's the end of it. You don't see the person anymore. But at this point, if they're still floating around, they're technically inside the orb that actually joined with them when they were 3 to 4 months in the mother's womb. It joins with the pineal gland. So when they die, they leave with the consciousness leaves with the orb that leaves the body. And so your grandma is floating around in an orb, which can communicate with your orb that you've got inside you. And no, it's not your own spirit. It's an orb that doesn't belong to you. It's eternal. It will move on. But it learns from you. It's all about wisdom. That's all they're here for, knowledge, because they can't ascend to keep going up into the different planes of consciousness. They actually call it, what we call it, planes of existence, but really, if you boil it down, it's consciousness. And I say that from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which I was reading all but an hour ago again. So yeah. So if you did have a dream from your grandma, try and see if that is something that relates to you. Even if it doesn't and it's comforting, it's still a good thing. Williams wrote, I can tell you about aliens. I lived and married one for 22 years. I was going to say something funny there, but I couldn't think of anything. Sorry, William. TWA has wrote, no intelligence found here. So that's a person with a laughing face. In other words, what I'm saying is a load of rubbish, and this person that's got no picture. Well, what we've done there, TWA, is we found a troll, and I didn't think trolls existed anymore here on Earth, but we found one. Woo! Okay. Andy's wrote, needy, laugh out loud. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Ali's wrote, sources please. So which particular part are you referring to? If you're referring to the tablets that I talk about, you can go and look them up anywhere online. A lot of places actually have them. So for example, the Oxford University website actually has the Sumerian translations of tablets. They don't have all of them, because certain places didn't allow them to read it or translate it, or haven't done yet. But other people in other countries have translated them as well. So you've got things like cuneiform parallels of the Bible is translations. That's a really good one. Then you've got obviously all of the translations in the Oxford University. Then you've got British Museum translations. Then you've got the Atrahasis, you've got the Elish, the list goes on. So that's why when Zachariah Sitchin was once asked, oh, what tablet was that from? when he mentioned something, he goes, look, I'm not even going to go there. There's there's 130,000 tablets alone in the British Museum. So when you get these debunkers such as that Heiser guy, who is a vicar or a priest who writes books about God, I say trying because if you watch my videos, you see I actually destroy him. Trying to say that Zachariah Sitchin is wrong, bearing in mind other people have translated the same freaking tablets and come out with the same conclusions, such as Oxford University, British Museum, etc. And there's other universities as well that have translated them. Anyway, so yeah, it's really difficult to point to one particular. I mean, unless it's something that I've said and I remember exactly what tablet it was from. Because, for example, if you go to the University of Oxford's website, they have they title them, for example, "The Return to Nibiru" or "Songs About Inanna." And sometimes I can't remember where I read something, because no wonder why Zachariah Sitchin said, just go and do your own research. I don't mean it to you. I don't mean to sound rude, but there's hundreds of thousands of these tablets, and sometimes I can't remember exactly where I read something. Lucas wrote, "What do you mean by false gods?" Hopefully you heard me earlier saying that, I mean, that's where Stargate got it from, the TV series, obviously. And there's other things, not just Stargate, that talk about false gods. And that's because, again, it's our fault for calling them gods, but at the same time, they are not divine beings. They had technology, obviously, which we still can't replicate to this day. Otherwise, we would be building pyramids all over the place. But we can't, and that's why we haven't done it. We would have done it after. If we had that technology, we wouldn't have just built the pyramids on the ley lines, which is quite amazing. We would have been building pyramids for other reasons, probably, or bigger buildings everywhere, but we haven't. We only build them in these particular places that, guess what, where those false gods were. But they're not false gods. They were just very smart Anunnaki. And I think they're 300 years of advance of where we are now. Now, you could say, well, hang on a minute, there's been probably 4,000 years or something since they were last here that we're aware of, that was last written about. So, have they evolved in those 4,000 years? You could argue that. But when you then break down that our 4,000 years is probably only 1.5 years on their planet, they haven't evolved that much. So I think we've evolved very quickly, with technology, etc., that they're only 300 years, in my opinion, ahead of us. They used to have bow and arrows and stuff. They're the ones that taught us bow and arrows. And if you don't believe me, go and look at the carvings of the Anunnakis with bow and arrows. So that they, obviously they didn't have they didn't ask King Anu to send down bucket loads of guns and laser beams and everything else to destroy people. So they had their own technology, sure, but they weren't going to give it to the people. They weren't going to give it to the Enulites and the Enkulites, which Enulites ended up being called Israelites. So when, for example, the Enulites had to fight the people in Babylon, which was Marduk's people, they got taught how to use primitive weapons, because there's no way the Anunnaki were going to, the handful of Anunnaki were going to give thousands of these humans technology that could come and bite them back in the bum. I wouldn't. So yeah, sorry. Junas wrote to Ali, Sumerian Tablets, UK Museum, Morgan Library in New York. Yes, well done, June. Forgot to mention that. Yeah, the Morgan Library is fascinating. It's actually J.P. Morgan's library. He was very fascinated in it. And they've got a lot of cylinder seals. In fact, they've got the biggest collection of cylinder seals, which show minotaurs, shows cyclopses, shows, wait for it, mermaids, the two types of mermaids that Enki created. Crazy. Now, obviously, they're not going to sit there and tell you all that, but in those words, as simple as I have, but they actually do have them. So definitely worth looking into. Thank you, whoever gives me the likes. You don't have to, by the way. I do this because I enjoy it. NGLs wrote, did RH negative come from them? Spot on. Yes, it did. So mainstream say that RH negative blood originated 100,000 years ago in the Middle East. Now, you go switch over to the Anunnaki's tablets, or the Sumerian tablets, whatever. 100,000 years ago is when Enki bred with the humans that they had already created 200,000 years before. So, in other words, 200,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago, the Anunnaki created us, Homo sapiens. 200,000 years after that, did Enki was the first one to actually breed with the human descendants that from 200,000 years ago and create the first two offsprings, which were called Adapa and Titi, which was Adam and Eve. Technically, you could say, well, the first Adam and Eve were the ones in the Abzu, which was South Africa, when they first created the first humans, which is technically true. But when in the Bible, if you're going to talk about Adam and Eve, you have to really talk about the ones that Enki was the father of, because that's the lineage that, because they were now off of a royalty, because Enki was royal, he was the son of a king, so was Enlil, that they started writing. That's why they have, normal people, they don't write their lineage down, but that's why you have what they call the King's List, both in Egypt and in Sumerian times. So they wrote down, or Enki got someone to write down Adam and Eve's lineage, and of course then you had Cain, Abel, and Seth was the son of Enki, believe it or not. Enki had again relationships with Eve, even though it was his daughter. That, trust me, I've read out tablets over and over where Enki's had relationships with a particular human. Then that human had a baby. That baby grew up. He then had relationships with that child, and that child had babies and grew up. And he basically went through the whole lot. But yeah, going back to the RH negative. So yes, that was exactly the same time that mainstream say RH negative appeared, and it was exactly the same location, Middle East, that Enki was at that point. And of course, RH negative is a foreign blood type. If you look at some of the medical sites, they actually call it a disease blood because it shouldn't be here. There's no reason for it to be here. So it makes a lot of sense that it is the Anunnaki's blood, their own blood type. Lucas wrote Moses' boat. Not sure whether that's a question because I was talking about Moses earlier. I'm not sure if that's a question or something. Sorry. JCEE has wrote Eden, so that was the first person to type it out very quickly. Yes, he was kicked out of Edin. It was actually pronounced Edin, Edin. Same as Iraq, it was actually Uruk. So Iraq was actually Urak, I think it is, Uruk, which turned into Iraq over time. So you can see how names get changed over time. Valerie wrote Earth as in getting kicked out of Earth. No, he wasn't. He was kicked out of Edin. And there was a couple of reasons why he was kicked out of Edin. I say Eden, but we call it Edin. Is because, one, because of the loincloth, and two, because the location of Edin, which was in the Middle East, where Enlil was, he had a lot of his tech, his craft and whatnot. And once he realized that Adapa was smart enough, conscious enough, etc., to understand language, because Enki taught him language before they got there. So, in fact, Enki called him the civilized humans, because the children that the Anunnaki had with the humans, they called those ones, in other words, the offspring. You could call them demigods if you want, it's up to you. But the offspring of the Anunnaki and humans were called, in their own right, and civilized. So obviously the ones prior to that, which were amazing, did the work for the Anunnaki, but didn't quite have the brain capacity, maybe, to understand the full comprehension of language, etc., which is what they say that Adapa had the ability to do. So Enlil was worried about knowledge, how much knowledge that Adapa could gain from being in Eden, looking at this tech, and that's why he was banished. So when people say the forbidden fruit, of knowledge, it wasn't fruit. There was no. I've not come across any tablets that say Adapa munching on an apple and got told by a snake and all this kind of stuff. I've not come across that, but I have come across him being in Eden, getting told by Enlil to, get out, or Enki's told him to get out, you're never to come back, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. And then J. Rock has wrote Eden as well. Yeah, well done. Lewis has wrote, yo, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. Ali's wrote to Jun, thank you. Is there anything on YouTube I can watch? If you haven't already watched my videos, feel free to watch mine, because without sounding big-headed, you will find a lot more information a lot quicker. Hopefully people will agree with me if you've watched my videos, than you will find on any other videos out there. I don't waffle on, I don't waste time, I go straight to the point, and it all makes sense according to everyone that's ever watched my videos in order. So they're on YouTube if you haven't already watched them, and then feel free to ask me any questions if you've watched them and stuff. But people out there, obviously, the translation or the Lost Book of Enki, I would highly recommend. Anything by Sitchin. His earlier stuff, he did admit that he got some things slightly wrong, but that's okay because we'll learn. But Sitchin's books are worth reading. On my website, I have actually a links page which tells you, what sites I recommend and what books I recommend and stuff like that. So if you want to go to my website, which is, you guessed it, outtruehistory.co.uk. Hopefully that helps. Valerie's wrote, some of the Bible been changed. Yes. Yeah, I mean, King James Version, straight away, just by having the word version means that someone's been knocking around with it. It's like, Avatar, the director's version, because someone's been messing around with it. So, yeah, I mean, the Romans ripped to pieces the Bible. And, of course, you've got some people say it should have been in the Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, which was the Book of Enoch itself. But according to a very well-researched person, they said that the language that was, or the language that the Book of Enoch was written in wasn't conducive with the Hebrew version of the Bible that they were writing, so they left it out, which makes sense. If you don't believe in a particular language for whatever reason, then you would leave it out. But people say, because that is still in the Ethiopian Bible, the actual Book of Enoch. Richards wrote, watch Blaze, the truth is out there. I'm guessing Blaze, the TV channel, as opposed to something else. Lewis has wrote 6034 years old me, 6034. I wouldn't tell people that, because if you was that old and you was genuinely that old, I could imagine a crap load of billionaires, doctors, etc. wanting to grab hold of you and doing Christ knows how many experiments on you. JCEE has wrote, Paul Wallace speaks about this in his books Escaping Eden and Scars of Eden. Yeah, I've been watching or listening to some of Paul Wallace's stuff recently. I didn't know who he was. I think he's on The Fifth Kind or one of those kind of YouTube channels. Yeah, he's quite good. Yeah, there's sometimes he says things that I don't agree with, but he probably might say the same about me. But yeah, he seems very knowledgeable. Yeah. Lewis has put a little wavy hand, or actually, to be honest, I think that's the Vulcan salute. Rich has wrote misinterpretation. Tutti Foodie has just sent me a rose. Thank you very much, Tutti Foodie. What a name! That's a great one. Misinterpretations. Rich has wrote, yeah. If that's to do with the languages in, because the actual truth of the matter, someone actually posted up on one of my TikToks that the Bible was from Greek and this and that, and I actually said, well, actually, if you do the homework properly, you'll find that it was actually from Aramaic, then Babylon, then cuneiform. In other words, cuneiform being the first, with different translations down. So yeah, I'm not quite sure where they got the Bible, copying it all from Greek and stuff and Egyptian, but there's some similarities, yeah, by far. Lucas wrote, I'm agnostic, I believe it when I see it type of thing. I don't think everything in the Bible is fake. No, I mean, if you if you go from the Bible where it talks about the stuff that we've got the tablets for, and then you match the tablets with the carvings, the buildings, and the fact that the tablets talked about planets that we didn't know about until after we found the tablets. You got to say someone who wrote these tablets. You know, they actually talk about in the tablets. I was doing a Patreon video the other day, and they were actually in the tablets. They were talking about irrigation. Who sits and writes about irrigation canals, etc., in fake tablets, unless they're really that smart, knowing about irrigation and whatnot. So yeah, I think those tablets are genuine. Some of the stuff they write defies belief that they were writing that back then. Alice wrote, I believe old and new translations. I do look at the original also. User 90 has wrote, what are the names of those tablets before the Bible? Oh, pretty much every tablet. Depends on who's translated it. We'll call it a different name. Like I say, the British Museums, the Oxford University calls them parables. They call them, love songs. They call it. There's poems. They write, depending on what tablet they call it, whatever name they want to call it. So different places call the same tablet different names. There's a few tablets that do have the same names, like the Artrahasis and the Relish, etc. But generally the single tablets, which are really important. There's like the creation story and stuff, where basically lots of tablets get put into one book. It's not really a book, but people call it a book. So lots of tablets that talk about the same thing, like the flood story or the creation story or whatever. They take those tablets and make one book from it, even though there's other bits in between. They seem to do that. So there's no particular names as such, but you can read them all, or as many as you can out there. One Simons wrote, were there ever giants? I believe there was, yeah. The Anunnaki talk about it. The Bible talked about it. Different cultures around the world talked about them. Not just Middle East, but Ireland, India, basically pretty much all over the world. Malta. So you've got all of those. Then you've got giant footprints. You could say, well, maybe it was an accident, maybe this or that. But when you add that, and then you've got, believe it or not, you've actually got stories as well by the military talking about the Kandahar giant, where they killed it. Then you've got native Indians talking about the red-headed giants. So then you've got some actual weapons. And then you've obviously got the story of David Goliath, etc. So when you think that the Anunnaki were 8 to 12 foot tall anyway, if they had children that had gigantism, and that's easily understandable when they're doing it with humans, because humans and Anunnaki technically shouldn't be breeding, so you will end up with some deformities. And if gigantism was one of those deformities, and of course 2 rows of teeth, 6 fingers is what generally the description of the giants were, it kind of makes sense. And now if you look back at the Neanderthal, who supposedly, I believe, were the ones that the Anunnaki used to create the first humans, they were described as mostly red hair. So when you get giants with red hair, 2 rows of teeth and 6 fingers, and I mean giants bigger than the Anunnaki themselves, 20, 30, 36 foot giants, then that would make sense, because obviously we have gigantism now. Obviously we can cure it and stuff like that, but back then they actually, the tablets talk about allowing the giants, or the sons of God, they're the ones that took the daughters of man. You remember in the Bible, the sons of God. Think about that for a second. This is what infuriates me with religious people. Jesus this, Jesus that. Okay, what about the sons of God that predate Jesus? What do you mean, what about the sons of God? The ones that stole, physically abducted human women, forced them to have, you know what, and end up with kids. What about those sons of gods? Yeah, you don't want to talk about them, do you? In the Bible and in the tablets. You don't want to mention them. No, 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 because that doesn't, that's a bit rude and that's a bit naughty. And, Jesus is lovely. Let's talk about Jesus, the first son of God. No, they're not the first son of God because we've got the tablets and the Bible talks about the sons of God. You can't have it both ways when you're religious. You can't pick and choose what you want out of the Bible. And that's what frustrates me. Sorry. So, yes, I do think there was giants. Lucas wrote, but I feel like things have been fabricated, like Moses did not get to of every animal. You mean Noah? No, if you actually read the tablets, it basically says that they were used the MEs. And if you then read the tablets prior to that talk about how humans were created with MEs and essence, that's what they called it. So if humans were created using MEs, what that is, I don't know. It could be mitochondrial extract or whatever. But DNA basically is what it boils down to. So if they created us, which they did, we've got the tablets, using DNA, which they called MEs and essence, and then you read the tablets where Noah, it wasn't really Noah, it was Sesudra, was told about building a round ship, not the ship we freaking see. We've actually got the tablet. British Museum, Ivan Finkel's owns the tablet that Enki tells Noah how to build, how it describes how much wood he would need and everything. So yeah, it also, not necessarily that particular tablet that he's got, but there's another tablet that talks about Enki telling one of the Anunnakis to go with Sesudra, Noah, and he was to take the MEs with him, which is interesting because turns out later on also when in Egyptian times when Enki was creating particular people for particular jobs, wait for it, what did he use? You guessed it, MEs, all written in tablets. So when you work out the MEs is probably some sort of DNA strand. So when this pilot, I call it a pilot, the Anunnaki, because that's pretty much the description of the Anunnaki that went with Noah on the raft thing or boat. It was like a submarine actually. It was hermetically sealed, believe it or not. Read the tablet, British Museum. And there was only one hatch in it, which was at the top. And they did have birds, and they did let the birds go. And if the birds came back, then they know that they found land. That was all again. So yes, so two of everything was they did have livestock on the boat. Please don't think that they just were sitting there. They had livestock because, wait for it, I read the tablet myself, where when one of the Anunnakis that was in the spaceships up above watching what was going on, describes it all. How Enki lamented and they're all upset watching people drown and whatnot. When the flood was over and they found Noah's craft or boat, sorry, one of the Anunnakis got out, opened up the door, the hatch, and Noah was beside himself, because they didn't know what was going to happen, and Noah in the tablets offered a sacrifice of a lamb or a goat or whatever, one of those type of things. Could have been a stag, it could have been some sort of animal like that. So it was a big boat. It wasn't a small boat. Offered the stag or whatever it was, goat, as a offering for food, which the Anunnaki, I can't remember who it was. It was someone fairly famous in the Anunnaki terms, but I can't remember, so I don't want to say his name if I get it wrong. But he went inside the craft and lit the craft up, not on fire, with a light. Now, how would you light that up if you didn't have technology? A candle in a wooden boat doesn't seem like a great idea. So yeah, so that's how the 2x2 of everything was in there. And the reason why Enki put that in there, gave the pilot that to take, is because he had not told Enlil that he had kept hold of the DNA of people, etc. Because Enlil was the one that was happy for the flood to happen and wipe out the people, because that's the type of person Enlil was. So he basically, Enki hid those in the craft, boat, whatever, as a way of preserving them, which I thought was quite a clever idea. Instead of Mojo's wrote, 0 can never become 1. You got me on that. I have no idea what that's referring to. JC's wrote, it's funny because Michael is supposed to battle with the demons and threw them out of heaven. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's obviously if you go by the Bible's version of things. And of course, if you take the word heaven and translate that into space, having a space battle is something that the Anunnaki, even Anzu, we've got tablets of Anzu fighting and telling the Igigi to fight. This was before they came down and stole the human women, which were the sons of God. We got tablets talking about Anzu, which was the grandson of Alulu, who was the very first Anunnaki here on Earth. Anyway, Alalula. Yeah, so we got space battles basically up in space, but guess what they're called? Heaven. Yeah, of course, it's not heaven. User 90s, what are these tablets you talk about that the Bible come from? Okay, so look up cuneiform. That's Kunie form. I think it is. Forgive me, I'm terrible at spelling as well. Cuneiform tablets, which predate the Bible. So if you look for the Sumerian tablets, because obviously there's different types of tablets and cuneiform, but if you look for the Sumerian ones, they're the oldest known ones. They're the ones where the first writing come from. Boogie's wrote, do you reckon Planet X is going to pay a visit? So Planet X was the name that NASA gave to Nibiru, which is the home planet of... and I know that because there's tablets that talk about Nibiru, and that the Anunnaki even had a shrine to Nibiru here on Earth. So yes, do I reckon there's going to be the planet coming around? Yeah, somewhere between 200 to 900 years. So I think we're all right at the moment. But I honestly do believe that the huge DUMBs, DUMBs, that the military have done, which is underground cities, and trust me, every country's got an underground city. Even if their country couldn't have afforded it themselves, other governments have made sure every country's got one. Korea, I'm not sure about, but India, China, England, we've got them without us even knowing. We've got them, and these are hidden underground cities that when a catastrophe comes, such as Nibiru coming back round, I believe that's why they were built, for the protection of the elites, not us. Don't worry, they will not look after us. So yeah, they'll protect their own kind, and we will be left to suffer, as happened every roughly 3,600 years. When Nibiru comes round, meteorites precede it, meteorites come after it, and the Earth, because of the gravitational pull of Nibiru being a bigger planet, at least 4 times the size of Earth, our atmosphere and our tectonic plates, etc., all have issues, which is why the flood happened last time. Well, not last time, but 10,000 odd years ago. because the ice shelf on Antarctica broke off, and Anunnaki knew this. They actually wrote about it. I read the tablets. You can go read them yourself, where Enlil talks about killing us humans and telling the Anunnaki to pull the pins out to allow the flood to happen, or deluge, as it was. So it was a tsunami, which makes so much more sense, a tsunami, than 40 days and 40 nights. I've read the tablets the other day on TikTok with 7 nights and 7 days that there was rain. And that's, again, only written by people way, way later. So it's possible that even those 7 days, it was probably stopped raining, started raining, stopped raining. Because you've got to remember, Noah weren't sitting there in his little boat thinking, right, day 1, it's rained. Day 2, it's rained. So, yeah. But it probably did rain, because obviously that amount of water changing and flooding over everywhere, then obviously water rises with the heat, which turns into clouds, which then would have rained in Middle East. Obviously not just the Middle East that got flooded, South Africa got flooded, etc., or Africa got flooded. So yeah, it all makes sense. The tablets make so much sense when you read them. Sorry, just scrolled all the way to the bottom, so I will be a bit quicker. I'm trying to scroll all the way back to the top. Sorry if I waffle on. I try and give as much information so people don't think I'm waffling on and lying. Okay, nearly back to where the questions are. This is live, by the way. I do read every single question. That's why I'm behind, but I can't do what other people do and just ignore questions. I can't do that. I'm not that type of person. Nearly back to where I was, and I will try and be quick with the questions. Williams wrote, "We will never truly know. We will never truly know. We weren't there." I'm guessing that means weren't there. No, I know. We can only go by the tablets, which do make a lot more sense than the Bible. Laurie's wrote, perfect example. If anything other than human came from space to Earth today, what would we call them? Aliens, I guess. Coach Khan has wrote, they have a Holy Trinity. Yeah, the Holy Trinity isn't what you think it is. I don't know how much you've looked into the Holy Trinity, but the proper priests and vicars and everything else that's really looked into it. Actually, there's videos of proper people that's really high up in the thing, and they all still admit they don't actually know what the Holy Trinity is. And of course, they believe it belongs to the Son's, the Spirit, and the Son of God, or whatever it was, but it's not, because when you actually look at the Holy Trinity, it turns out that there was the main one has 2 different voices. I'll have to do a video on that, because it totally blows out the Son, the Spirit, and the Holy Ghost, or whatever it was. Yeah, Chili's wrote, how do they believe the flood? The Earth would break from that amount of water. No, it was. So it wasn't extra water that came here from outside of Earth. It was a tsunami. The description in the tablets was that it was as high as the sky. So which clearly means it was on the flood, because the flood wouldn't cause the wave to be as high as the sky. A flood would just flood. And the other thing is, a flood would, once it drains, if New York got flooded and it took 50 years, 100 years for it to subside, those buildings would still be there. It's just matter of fact. They'd be ruined and dirty and whatever else, but they will still be there. Now, if you had a tsunami and it was as high as the sky, and back then there was no buildings to stop it, it was just trees, mud, dirt, sand, silt. That, if you've ever watched a tsunami video from Indonesia or wherever, basically those buildings get covered over, and they're small tsunamis compared to what supposedly happened back then. So when you've got a massive tsunami that has floods the whole area, then whatever buildings the Anunnaki had originally, which they did have buildings in the Middle East, got buried. And we know that because recently, 2 years ago, they found a city underneath Jericho, which was the original city that got, but a flood wouldn't bring sand, silt, and dirt and flood, and cover it over. It just wouldn't. But a tsunami would. So we've got the evidence there. Coach has wrote the Hindus has the Trinity thing going on too. Yeah, again, I'll have to do a video on that. It'll be a long one, but to break down where, because I like to look at it from both, all sides really. So I'll be breaking down where some people believe the Holy Trinity is, and then I'll prove that they're wrong, and then I'll show my version, which hopefully will be right. Derek wrote, what made them leave? When are they coming back? So the Anunnaki stayed here on Earth for 450,000 years. They had children here, and they also had children with humans here that they created. Now, their longevity of life on their home planet is 1 million years, which we think, my God, amazing. And when I say my God, I'm talking about me. But 1 million years is a humongous amount of time. But they sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. That's just 1 day for them. So their actual lifespan is 100 years on their planet. They live no longer than us on their planet because they sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. So that's 1 day. So just the length of that ends up working out that they're 1 million years of our time. So their 1 night is 14 days basically, or 7 days and 7 nights. So their longevity on Earth was diminished by possibly the rotation speed of Earth, the proximity to the sun, which I would certainly say was a contributing factor. They actually admitted that they had headaches and dizziness, etc. So a lot of them didn't want to stay here because here was causing them problems. So some of them left, some stayed. The ones that stayed were, from my calculations, were the main gods, such as Enlil, Enki, because they were asked to go back to Nibiru just after the flood, and they said, no, we'll stay here and we'll teach the humans and let them inherit the earth, long story short. So the demigods, which were the offspring of the Anunnaki, are the ones that stayed, which I think ended up setting up the Vatican. And some of them might be in control of our elites, I don't know. But yeah, that's generally the thing, that the older ones died off, and the offspring didn't ever live as long as the Anunnaki did. We're looking at anywhere from 100 to 900 years, really, from the offspring. So, which sounds a lot to us, but obviously to them it's still short for them compared to their fathers, which were 1 million years of our time. So that they won't come back as such to have a holiday home because we're now here. They allowed us to have the planet. They apparently already deal with our military, which makes sense because, once you've created a species that start having our intelligence, you're not going to, leave them to it and then one day find us flying over towards their planet trying to kill them, because that's what we would do, because that's the kind of race we are. Again, we are off of the Anunnaki. So when I say we would go and kill them, that's because they already tried to kill us before, which is written. You got the 10 plagues of Egypt, which was actually to do with that's in the Atrahasis tablets. So they're not going to come back and take over the planet, but they are coming back already, dealing with our military, according to whistleblowers. Laurie's wrote aliens. Back then, we called them gods in fire-breathing chariots. Correct. That's spot on. Yes. So chariots was a name that was basically for spaceship. Again, that's another translation that we have. So yeah, spot on there. Sorry, it's just scrolled all the way to the bottom. I'm just going to try and get back up as quick as possible again. Right, okay. Sorry, it's because I talk so much, but hopefully I'll give you information. Right, I've gone to the right to the top now, but the top is missing because I doubt if this person was directly underneath the one I just read, so I might have missed some questions now. Forgive me. User Died has wrote, "What is Anunnaki? It's an alien race on a planet called Nibiru that's in our solar system that came here. Their planet came from outside our solar system. Their planet smashed in, or their moon smashed into a planet called Tiamat, which then created Earth, the asteroid belt, and our moon." We've got all of that written in a tablet in the British Museum called the Elish, and they describe other planets here that we didn't know about when that tablet was written. So either they had damn good telescopes and was very smart back then, or an alien race was here and did exactly what they said they did. Rox has wrote, "Not true. You have the Illuminati untrue story." I'm not sure what that's referring to now because there is missing questions and points, etc. When you say I'm not telling the truth or I've got it wrong, please elaborate, because what I find is when people say I've got something wrong and I say, okay, tell me what I got wrong, because I will obviously debate with you, they never come back. They just say you're wrong and then they disappear. And, you know, I like to think there's an old saying, always be the smartest in the room. So if you, Rox, has got anything that you can tell me where I'm wrong, please write it down. Please, please. And I will read it out. Ritz the Business wrote, "To cut the long story short, if I could create a human using technology, I would be kind of a god." You would. You would. Especially if, I mean, now it's different because we're all aware of cloning and we're all aware of this and the other. But if you suddenly created a race that there was no other intelligent species out there, and you was the only, there was only 1,900 Anunnaki here at that point. So if you suddenly created a species and there was only 900 of you on another planet, yeah, you could call yourself a god, you could call yourself anything, and make those creatures, especially the fact that you was taller than them by at least double, would give you a lot of power over them. Jun has wrote, "Did you see the recent video of the UFO over above Las Vegas?" I haven't actually. I've kind of seen YouTube videos or something, but where I've not clicked on it to watch. But I haven't. Sorry. Fergus wrote, "And apparently Abraham, I think, beat up God." Obviously, God is plural. It should be gods. This is what again goes back to the religious people. I'm not sure if you're religious, but a lot of people forget the Old Testament, which was plural. Their image, all those things. The Old Testament basically said plural all the time. But the modern Bible, obviously, they changed it to make it one God. So I don't know how religious people can just pick what version they want to pick. I will always go back to the original of something. It just makes sense, doesn't it? Am I stupid to always want to go to the original? So where it says, where this person wrote, apparently Abraham beat up God, technically God is Elohim, which is plural, so he would have had to have beat up. Starbug has wrote, "Text, not tablets." Yeah, I mean, not all of them are tablets, but a lot of the ones that I talk about are tablets. There are papyrus and there's even leaves and stuff that they wrote on, but I go by the tablets because they are the oldest, so that's why I say tablets. Radu has wrote, "Look, Book of Enoch." Trust me, I know the Book of Enoch very well. This isn't my first rodeo. I don't sit here and do this live chat and hope that I'm going to guess about stuff. I've done my own work. In fact, I've even done Patreon videos on the Book of Enoch where I explain it to help people understand, because not everyone understands the Book of Enoch, same as the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I've broke down the Emerald Tablets of Thoth to help people. So, yeah, I know the Book of Enoch very well. Thank you. Phoenix has wrote how you spell it, cuneiform, which is Cuneiform. Thank you. I can't remember if I had that right or not when I said it earlier, but I'm glad someone's helped me out. Nye has wrote not in space, but across the other realms. I'm guessing that's to do with, only because I'm missing questions now because it scrolled all the way to the bottom. If that's to do with the word heaven, the problem I've got with that is when you say other realms, there is zero evidence of other realms. I'm not saying there isn't. I believe there is. But we've got zero evidence of it. And then, of course, when you talk about the tablets, which are talking about the heaven, which should really be space, when the space battles, heaven battles, and stuff like that, they don't really say another realm. All they say is heaven. So I couldn't attribute the word realms to heaven in any way. Not that I don't believe there's other realms. Shalalalala has wrote, why is Bigfoot a big deal, whether they exist or not? Hunters would love to bag one, so I think from their point of view, so I'm just going through in my head why Bigfoot would be a big deal. Archaeologists would love to know whether Bigfoot is, for example, Gigantopithecus, which is not, it's not even on the same continent. And ufologist people would love to see a Bigfoot to be able to prove that it is an alien race that crashed here, and these are now descendants of it. And the child that in the 40s that did an interview with a newspaper and said that him and his friends saw a UFO with, he now calls them greys, but back then it was little grey things with big eyes, and a tall 8 to 10 foot hairy man. So ufologists would want to know about them. So I think that, and obviously a mystery. It's like it's like Loch Ness. When you've got a mystery and it's really difficult to solve, people want to know the answer. And I worry for Bigfoot. I mean, there's states out there in the USA that has a law against killing Bigfoot. Genuinely, they don't have a law against killing leprechauns or aliens. Bigfoot, they do. Why would they do that if they don't believe there's a Bigfoot? You don't sit there and write that in a law as a giggle, because it makes you look stupid writing that in the law, unless there really is Bigfoot. So I think Bigfoot is a big deal because it's intelligent. If you go by the people that's either stayed with it or have had communications with it in terms of telepathy, then Bigfoot would be a big deal again for the medical, and psychological people out there. The fact that this can actually communicate telepathically with humans, if you believe the people that say they have had mind speak with them. So, and not only that, the strength of Bigfoot is humongously strong compared to humans. So there's a lot to gain from finding out if Bigfoot's genuine or not. Fergie's wrote, heaven is outside time and space, aka another dimension. Again, the problem with that, Fergie, is there's no evidence that there is a second dimension. I believe there is, but I have to go by evidence. So at this point, it's like saying heaven is real, but it's outside. But yet the actual tablets and the Bible that talks about it say they can see. This is what Enoch said. I can see above the firmament, which is atmosphere. I can see stars in heaven. So now, if you take your analogy, where it's outside time and space, aka another dimension, Enoch must have been able to see heaven in another time. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But if he's looking at space, it makes so much more sense, because he can see stars in heaven, which is above our atmosphere. So I think a lot of people make up their own version of what they want it to be, and I can't do that. I have to go by what's laid out, and of course, what laid out is space. It just makes sense as opposed to heaven. Um, you know, even the book of Ezekiel talks about Ezekiel going up to heaven to see the highest, which is a name that Enlil was called. Think about that for a second. Enlil's called the highest because there is other. So he's the highest because he had higher ranking points. I know it sounds stupid. They did give him points or ranking numbers. Enlil was 50. I think Enki ended up being 30, which I always thought was really bad because Ninurta was 40. This isn't me making this up. This is actual how they did it. So the highest was Enlil. So when Ezekiel went up into heaven to see the highest, he wasn't dead. He didn't go across time and space to go and see the highest. He chatted with the highest, which was Enlil, and came back alive from space. From where? Space? No, heaven. Can't be heaven, can it? Of course not. Space. So to me, it makes sense. I think people sometimes look for something that's not there when really it's just as plain as that. Starbugs wrote, okay, going out now. Did offer help. Good luck. Sorry, I probably didn't see it. Sometimes I close my eyes and waffle on. Sorry. Baxton's wrote, hey up, shut up. Will a serve debunk that ridiculous theory? Oh God, I'd love to know who you're talking about and what theory I was talking about. My God, I'd love to know. Baxton, please still be around. For God's sake, please, 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 because I have debunked even some of the same researchers. I've pointed out where they're in error, and no one's come back to me and said I'm wrong. Oh, wow. You sure you want to go down this road, Baxton? Because I will look into this person. And there's people out there that have tried to debunk things. And I've looked into their history. There was one particular guy that debunked, that said that the word, again, another numpty, that said that the Anunnaki translation meant princely seeds. Now, I'm going back 2012 or something. I emailed that person and said, you realise, you numpty? I didn't say that at that point. He's a famous person. I did a video on him as well recently on my TikTok, so you can go watch that. But I wrote saying, you do realise either way, whether it's those that came from heaven to earth because he was trying to knock Sitchin, or princely seeds, either way, a royal family appeared out of nowhere, because you said princely seeds, in other words, the two sons of King Anu. There was no King Anu on Earth, only on Nibiru. So I said, you still basically admitted that these two princely seeds, Enlil and Enki, are not from here. And also, when you look into this particular person, I can't remember his name, I did do videos on him. When you look into where he worked for a university and was paid by the Rockefellers. And if you do any research whatsoever, Baxton, on Rockefellers, and that's why I say, whoever you're talking about, I will do my homework. And I will destroy that person, because whatever I'm saying, I can back up. So, yeah, there you go. So I would love you to write down what theory I got wrong. Please be here. They've done a run now, you can tell. Fergie's wrote probably the 9th. That's where you're saying about dimensions. Again, we've got zero evidence of one dimension, let alone 9 dimensions. I don't mean knock you, Fergie. I'm just saying I kind of go by facts. So for someone to make up, I'm not saying you, but for someone to say, oh, heaven's in the 9th dimension, you'd have to know about the other 7 or 8 dimensions to know about the 9th dimension. I can't help it. This is how I work. Sorry, I just go by facts. Ritz has wrote, in Islam, Jesus is coming back riding on a cloud. Your story makes perfect sense. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do read your comments. I would love maybe one day me and you do a live together, because as much as I have tried to read, the Quran and stuff to try and get as much info, you obviously know it far more than me. So, maybe we can put our brains together. That would be great. Tia's wrote, I just wanted to thank you for all this important info and your research. Oh, thank you very much, T. I know I get a little bit heated sometimes but yeah, thank you very much. That's nice of you to say. You're the sort of person that keeps me going. JCE has wrote, so should Muslims, Theodore's just at me rose, thank you very much. So should Muslims believe in the Anunnaki if Allah was mentioned? Well, the first Anunnaki, Elohim, the first alien to arrive on this planet was called Alalula. So if you shorten that down, you've got Allah. Now, whether or not that's the same one that they refer to, I don't know. It could be. Makes sense to me, but because I haven't come across any other Allahs. So I know the Anunnaki do change their names a hell of a lot, but so should Muslims believe in the Anunnaki? Well, everything the ancient tablets predate everything, any religion whatsoever. It does. So from a logical point of view, if I was Muslim and I had an open mind, I would say, okay, well, what's first? What came first? What's the oldest known writing? And then I would do what I've done now, which is gone back to the oldest known writing and say, hang on a minute, that matches the Bible, but this version is much better and makes more sense than the Bible version. So, if Muslims did that, there's a lot of things in the Quran or in Muslim that actually do parallel, like the pigs. The pigs were created by the Anunnaki. They genetically modified wild boar and humans to create the pig because they were running out of a food source. And of course, if you look up what the pig has in common with humans, trust me, it's so much more than a chimpanzee. The teeth, the skin, a lot of the internals, the eyes, just the list goes on, are all human, whereas chimpanzees. So I think within all of the religions, even the ones where they're talking about Shiva and elephants and all that kind of stuff, even within those, they do have pockets of correctness. It's just, you got to remember, even Greek, but over a long period, thousands of years with Chinese whispers, a lot of this ends up being a bit mixed up. So I can actually, I've gone through the Greek stories and theories and mythologies, etc., and I've actually matched the Greek stories with the Sumerian stories, such as when they're talking about, in the Greeks, they're talking about the gods divided up the earth. If you go back to the original tablets, Sumerian tablets, you see that the gods divided up, the Anunnaki divided up the lands into 4, which is what the Greeks say, but the Greeks make it sound like it just happened. But they're not. They're actually talking about the story that happened 6,000 years before. So the Greeks are talking about something that happened 6,000 years before. They even talk about the flood, which happened 7,000 or 8,000 years before. But of course, the Greeks, when you read it, don't tell you that it's back that far back. They just sort of talk about it as if it's their own history, but it's not. It's the history of the Sumerians that they're copying from. So so I think anyone with an open mind should look at the subjects more, but if it's up to them if they want to believe. Fergie's wrote to the Ritz, in Islam you are supposed to hear the trumpets. Now that's interesting, because I do think the trumpets were actually used. Now I don't know if you guys are aware about the sound levitation devices that I believe the Anunnaki used to move blocks. And the walls of Jericho were brought down by trumpets, which would be a frequency, sound frequency. And of course, the stones that they used to build these buildings, great monuments, have quartz in them. And if anyone knows anything about quartz, you know that it has a frequency that is unlike any other. Otherwise, we wouldn't use them for watches, etc. back in the day. So, yeah, I think the trumpets played a big part. Max Powers wrote, they can't even run the country and economy. You think they can secretly make a hidden city? You mean the governments? Yes, I do. I've seen them. I've seen videos of these underground cities. They've even got freaking shops in these underground cities. And if you don't know anything about underground cities, then look up an easy one for you to know, to find out about. Piece of cake for you. It is... you're shouting now, aren't you? Trying to. It's the airport. What was it called? My brain's gone. Oh, Denver. Is it Denver? Denver Airport. There's a underground city there. They already had an airport in Denver, but they built a new one, and that's the one with the. I think it's Denver, and that's the one with the the Mason symbols and the artwork about New World Order and all that kind of stuff. There is an underground city there, and if you don't believe me, go and look up, and you'll see some of the excavation people that was taking out the mud from under the ground, and you'll see the list goes on. Basically, it's there. Mind is right. What proof do you have of ancient aliens? So, in other words, what proof do we have that the hundreds of thousands of these tablets, hundreds of thousands, weren't all knocked up for a giggle thousands and thousands of years ago, and decided to write about things that we didn't know about until after we found the tablets? They talked about planets that we couldn't see when those tablets were written. And yet, time after that, we come along with telescopes finally, see these planets and say, yeah, and forget the fact that these tablets talked about planets and described that there was ice on Mars, on the North and South Pole of Mars. They talked about that. So when you say, sorry, I probably won't be whoever's asked him to join the live. Sorry, I'll do one where I let people in soon. Sorry. It's just there's so many questions I now have to get through. So first of all, that's proof to me, unless you say that those people back then had, magnificent telescopes that we all suddenly lost. Then we've got the carvings of the Anunnaki, which in their image we look like. Then we've got the tablets that talk about things that we have no knowledge of back then, or shouldn't have knowledge of. And if you don't know what I'm on about, go read the tablets. They're mind-bending. Then you've got the buildings that were created that we can't still figure out. Not only build, we can't figure out how they built them, let alone try to recreate it. And you're saying what buildings? But the pyramids for a start, the ziggurats. There's some amazing temples in India which actually have a whole temple built out of stone, just a bit like Petra, but marvelous looking. And it's got, like, for example, a lion with its mouth open, built from the actual stone. And inside that lion's mouth is a solid ball of rock, smooth round, that's inside the mouth that you can't get out. And this is all from one piece of the actual stone inside isn't part of the same rock from the so it wasn't like it was carved while it was in the mouth. This is a different rock from somewhere else. So the whole building in India is built out of don't ask me to pronounce the name of it, you can do your own research. I'm terrible at pronunciations. But the whole building is cut out of basically out of bedrock, rock, including this lion at the front. There's loads of images and statues and everything. And there's a stone ball from a different type of stone inside this mouth that you can't get out. How the hell did they do that? So yeah, I mean, you just have to do your homework to figure out whether or not the Anunnaki were really here. I will say yes every day of the week, and we're here to prove that. To be honest with you, the fact that we've got two fused chromosomes, we have two fused chromosomes which are done in a laboratory. How's that work? 23 and 24 are fused. Now, mind the person that wrote that question about proof. If you can tell me how we ended up with two fused chromosomes and an Rh negative blood that shouldn't be in our in our system, which come from the Anunnaki, which they talk about in the tablets, crazy. Fergie's wrote, think aliens are just demons and angels. Oh, don't get me started on demons and angels. I still can't believe how people even bring up the word demons. So Fergie, describe a monster to me. Are you describing it? Think of a monster. Everyone think of a monster. I'll tell you what, this will be fun. Everyone think of a monster. Now, just type what your monster looks like. I'll be really interested to see. Go ahead, type whatever your monster looks like. Because what Fergie probably doesn't understand, I'm not knocking you, Fergie, it's just people don't think. Again, it sounds like a knock. A demon is really just something that people use as an evil name. Like, I call Bill Gates a demon, but it doesn't mean he's a demon, it just means he's evil. So your demon and my demon will be nothing like each other. Why? Because there is no such thing as a demon. The demon word was actually a meteorite. That's what the translation of demon was. So I'll be interested in what people's wrote, if they've done any, of what a monster looks like, because there's no demon to compare it to, because you've got, so you get the idea. And the angels were just messengers, and if you don't believe me, watch my videos. I totally point out that the Hebrew word, which is true, for angel is messenger. So I go back to the original text, and messenger is everywhere. So, all the same places that, wait for it, the Bible talks about angels. Funny that. Yes, it's because the Bible is talking about messengers, which isn't an angelic being. It's a Anunnaki that is one of the messenger Anunnakis, in other words, one of the less important ones, that come down in crafts, have relationships with women. They did. They walked, they sat, they had breakfast, they opened the doors, they stood and talked to Enoch. If you do your homework, they were living, breathing, not freaking ones that could turn into this and turn into that, which people make up. They say that to fit their narrative. But stop. Everyone just stop trying to shoehorn whatever it is you want to believe into history. It's not. Just go by the facts. And the facts are, angel is messenger. That's the fact. And when you look at the original tablets that talk about messengers, they did exactly the same things that the Bible says. They weren't angelic. Oh, I don't know. JFM has wrote, where can I read the tablet? Oh, there's hundreds of thousands of tablets. If you want to read any of the translations, go to Oxford University website, look for Sumerian, click around, and you'll come across all the translations that they've got for it. That's just one place of many. I find it, a very easy website to navigate and read. And it's not just one person that's translated it. They have scholars over and over that they actually put the names of the scholars that translated it, and then whether or not another scholar revised it, because, with more new terminology, like we can say the word levitation. We all know what that means. Back when the tablets were translated, and when the Bible was translated, there was no such word as levitation. John has wrote, 12 years I let it consume me, reading nothing but fact backed up with hard evidence. It kills you. Norbert, oh, I love these people. Norbert's wrote, this is all nonsense. Now, Norbert doesn't have a picture. And we all know what these mean, don't we? When you get one of these people that come on and say something with no picture, we're all going to say it together. He is a troll. Yeah, we got it. So thank you very much, Norbert, for being a numpty. But you obviously done zero research, because everything that I'm saying, you know, other than the fact that the Bigfoots are an alien race that crashed here, that's off of, you know, people that supposedly are eyewitnesses, and of course it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, all the tablet stuff, I can't. No one can say that I'm wrong, because I'm pointing it out. The tablets are there. Whether or not you believe the tablets are wrong, that's a different matter. Fergus wrote 40 days it rained. Well, I actually watched my videos. I think probably about within the last 10. I think I did a video showing where the actual original wordings come from for the deluge, and it said 7 days and 7 nights. Now I know which one I would go with. You got a choice: the Bible, which I've clearly shown has many things wrong, or the original tablets. Now I know which one I will go with. It's up to you. You can go with the Bible, but I'll go with the original tablets. Bearing in mind that the Bible was translated, so the flood would have happened. So the Bible would have translated 10,000 years after the event. So yeah, I know which one I will go with. Harley's wrote, "There's so much evidence out there, and people still believe the governments." I know. I freaked, and it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not just the governments though. There's a lot of these, like this. There's a particular Egyptologist that I did some research on, that was sprouting that the Great Pyramid was Khufu's last resting place. It freaking wasn't. But she did a whole Channel 5 program, 5 or 6 episodes, hour long each. And her first opening line was, the Great Pyramid was Khufu's last resting place. There is freaking zero evidence whatsoever that Khufu was even in there, other than the fake cartouche that was done by one of the, well, I think it was an archaeologist or historian that went there and went up to the chamber up the top and made it himself so that he could come down and say, "Hey, I'm the one that worked out whose pyramid this was." That's the only evidence we've got for anything to do with Khufu, and that in the last 2 or 3 years now, that paint has been scraped off and analysed and realised that it was a paint that was done within the last 200 years. So basically, there is no evidence. So yeah, so you can't trust anyone. Trust our true history. Max Powers wrote, read tablets on TikTok. What a credible source. I'm guessing Max is the one earlier on that was trying to knock me down. Sorry, oh crap, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Shit, don't know that. Sorry, I'm just going all the way back to the top. It's because now I've missed that bit. Okay, so it scrolled all the way to the top, but now I've missed again more. It's because I read every question. Forgive me, it is live. Post-op girl has wrote, so this, I've missed questions now because it won't let me go any further. I always, as a child, said we are by hertz frequency, etc. Unfortunately, I've missed what probably people were saying prior to that. Sorry, I would love to have worked out what you meant there. Sorry. User 25 has wrote, have you heard of the Micho? Have I heard of the Micho? I haven't. I know I've heard of Miko Cochrane or whatever his name is, but not. Tokix has wrote, love ancient Sumerians. I'm sure they would love you back. Paul has wrote, they literally do not exist. Come on. I'm not sure what I was. This is the problem. I don't know what I was talking about at that point. But if you're talking about the Sumerians or the Anunnaki, just answer me. Paul's gone now, I bet. But answer me one question, Paul. How did they know about Mars having ice on the top and bottom of Mars back then? If you can answer that, if you turn around and say they had a massive telescope, and then I will say to you, come on, Paul, seriously, we haven't even got a telescope. I mean, have you seen the pictures even from Hubble? I mean, Hubble's amazing, obviously, and everything else, but like Lucifer, the telescope that the Vatican owns, which is a whole another subject. Yeah, the Vatican's looking for God in space, in heaven, really? You know why the Vatican, who the last Anunnakis were in Rome, the demigods? Yeah, you guessed it. All put two and two together, you get it. So, Paul, please answer that question. How did they, back then, before we had telescopes, know that there was ice on Mars? Matthews wrote, do you know about the 260,000-year-old Sumerian tablets that have recorded all the kings? Yeah, the kings list. Yeah, it's a cube, or not a cube. It looks like a bit like a 2x4 piece of wood, but it's not wood. And you can actually turn it round, and on each side is a list of the Sumerian kings. Yeah, fascinating. Fakers joined and wrote, just wait, he'll get to the questions. Yeah, sorry about that. It is live. I'm trying to go as quick as I can. It's my fault. Toxics wrote, the Book of Enoch and Epics of Gilgamesh, beginnings of all religions. I don't agree with that, because I can't see any religions in that. I wouldn't have said that they were the beginnings of religions. There's nothing in those books or tablets that would create a religion, in my opinion, unless you could point me to what you mean. Tabby's wrote to G, Special Forces. Obviously, I've missed whatever they said because of scrolling to the bottom. What ran from Scotland to Turkey? I'm interested since Scotland is my home. So someone must have wrote something about that. Sorry. I'll try and be a little quicker. George has wrote to someone about something that, again, I missed the beginning bit. Pop Girls wrote to George, you have to open your mind and go beyond religion. Okay. So George had wrote to Pop Girl, only a child would say that, and then Post-op Girl had wrote back saying, you have to open your mind and go beyond religion. That's the thing. I know I go off subject here, but I was at my mum's a few weeks back, and knock at the door, two ladies were there. I answered it, and they were Jehovah's Witnesses, and they had their little Watchtower magazine. And I said, are you aware of the cuneiform tablets that predate the Bible? And they looked at me like deers in a headlight. I kid you not. I wish I bloody recorded it. So I said to him, these predate the Bible. And she goes, no, the Bible's the oldest. I'm like, are you telling me Hebrew, which is the derivation, I'll try and say the word, of another language, which finally gets to, I think, Assyrian, is not older than the Sumerian? I said, no, sorry. So I tried to educate these two women. And in the end, do you know what? They actually did ask a sensible question. They did, because I was bombarding them with facts, which they couldn't argue with. And in the end, they said, because they didn't even know about the Anunnaki. So she said to me, does the Anunnaki believe in God then? Because I explained that the Bible is a copy of the older tablets. So that was a really sensible question, that she was prepared to open her mind enough to think, okay, if these are real. So I then explained to her the Anunnaki have said in their tablets that they believe there is a creator of everything, which isn't what the Bible talks about. The Bible talks about the stories of the Anunnaki. So she went away thinking, okay, there still may be a God of some sort, but certainly not what the Bible talks about, because we've got the actual tablets that predate it, which makes sense. G has wrote to Tabby, a massive underground tunnel system. I'm guessing that's where I was talking about these cities. Yeah, They're called DUMBs, DUMBs, with a little small s. Billy has wrote, Brother of the Light, let's talk about the Tatarians. I can't, because when I looked into the Tatarian Empire, which was the Mongolian Empire 500 odd years ago, nothing came back as the Tatarian Empire from 200 years ago that had advanced technology. Now, I know there's people out there that say, oh, there was a Tesla coil that was found, or a Tesla this, or some Tesla device type thing that was found. And then somehow they've attributed that one device that normal people could have made. You know, it's not like Starship Enterprise. They didn't. It's something that Tesla invented not too far after that. They attributed that one thing. Now, I know there's people out there that say, oh, the Tatarians had mobile phones and this, that, and the other. And I've asked on a video, I've said, look, to all the people that keep telling me there's these all evidence, show me the evidence. You know what they come back? They point me to a YouTuber. And I don't know, I don't work like that. I don't freaking want to listen to a YouTuber, because if that YouTuber's got it wrong, then I'll get it wrong. I want the original source that the YouTuber's talking about. Point me to that. Because obviously, if you've watched the YouTube video with this, thank you, Phil, for the gift. So if you've watched the YouTube video pointing out whatever it is that you believe this person's talking about, then you just point me straight to that evidence. And do you know what? They never come back. So yeah, there's no evidence of a Tatarian Empire that had a mudslide that everyone suddenly forgot about. Now, there are buildings that were covered over in mud, absolutely, yeah, that's no problem. But the people, you've heard me say this before, the people that have made those videos showing pictures of buildings covered over in mud and saying, look, Tatarian Empire, some of those pictures they used were buildings that were carved into rock, not covered over in mud and then solidified. I know, because I've been to some of these places. These were carved into rock. Now, when you've got, and I'll say it, numpties that put videos out like that add things that they have no knowledge of, because they've just looked for buildings in rock. That's probably what they typed into Google instead of doing their homework. So when you've got numpties that add things that are incorrect into trying to make their story right, that winds me up, because I can't do that. That's why no one can really say I'm wrong. And I'm not saying I'm big-headed. It's just because I go by the evidence. I can't do what they do. I couldn't knock up some videos and say, here you go, look at this. Because someone will do a massive YouTube on me and say, our true history's a right plonker, because he's got it wrong. And so far, I've not seen any YouTube videos saying our true history's wrong. Trust me, there's people out there would love to do that. The same people that I've called out already. There's that, I've forgotten what his name was, where I offered him a chance to do a live chat where he knocks people like me down. And I did a video. I don't know if you guys saw it. I did a video. He's got over 1 million odd followers. I said, would you like to debate with me? Seeing as you snip other people's videos and, say it to your own agenda, would you like a whole live debate? And he said yes. I thought, brilliant. And I said, right, okay, what we'll do is both of us respectively will put the live recording of our live debate on our own YouTube channels. Meaning my handful of people on YouTube will see the video, unedited. His people on his 1 million odd followers will see the video of him and me debating. And do you know what he said? Disappeared. Why did he disappear? Because, and I'm right, his millions of followers will then say, what the fuck are we watching him for? I'd rather go and watch our true history. So that's going back to Tatarians. Sorry, I can't talk about Tatarians, because unless you've got evidence, I can't talk about it. Jimmy Dees wrote, no one will ever truly know. No, I agree, not 100%, no. Post-op girls wrote to Derek, yup, and I have a video of a baby being rescued from tunnels in the Ukraine. I'm obviously missing things here because of the way it's scrolled up. Smitty's wrote, when does Nibiru come back? Sitchin reckoned, I think, between 700 and 900 years. My estimate was 200 to 300 years. Apparently the orbit is getting quicker, according to people that's researched, including Sitchin himself, that every time it comes around. So you got to remember, the planet came in from outside our solar system. Its moon smashed another planet, which is actually missing. There's a thing called Bode's Law, which means every planet out from the sun is double the distance from the previous planet. And there is a gap in between two of our planets, which is where this planet would have been. So it makes perfect, which is written about in tablets. How the frick would they have known where the planet was? And the asteroid belt, they call it the hammer bracelet. How the hell would they have known that back then? I can't see a hammer bracelet, asteroid belt with my own eyes. So it's probably not coming back in our lifetime, but a couple of generations, we may be getting hit by Now, some people say that Nibiru has a dwarf star going around with it. There's nothing that says that in the tablets, but supposedly, if you go now by, and I only heard this recently, but I did know about it before, a lot of mainstream are now saying that every solar system is generally a binary star system. In other words, two suns. So if Earth if our solar system had two suns and one of them ended up burning out for whatever reason and getting caught in the orbit of Nibiru, and going around with that could make sense. So that would give the two star system for our solar system, and from the stories that people have said that it comes around with a dwarf, dead dwarf. I think they call it brown dwarf star, which is a dead star. Billy's wrote, Nibiru has returned. From everything that I understand and read and looked at all the catastrophes that happen every approximate 3,600 years, we would know about it. We would be bombarded with meteorites and comets and stuff like that. So, and I guess a lot of that is probably from their own moons. Its moons. There was 4 that hit Nibiru. It hit Tiamat, the planet. So obviously there would be a lot of debris, probably still going around with it. George has wrote to Post-Op Girl, open your mind always seems to mean forget about logic with you lot. Oh, George, I've obviously missed some of your stuff earlier, but are you saying my logic is flawed? George, please be here. I would love to do a live debate with you, George. Please watch my videos first. Do your homework. Don't come on and let me make you look stupid. Do your homework so at least you're aware of what I'm talking about so you can debate it. But when you watch the 900 odd videos, you'll probably realize I have a very good logic base. I'm crap at spelling directions. I can't pronounce things. But I personally think my logic is very good. So when you say forget about logic, I use logic to get the conclusions that I've got. So George, if you do want to do a live debate, I would be more than happy with you to give you my views on things. And you can tell me all where I'm wrong. And please just don't come on and do a live and say, no, you're wrong. And I'll say, okay, tell me why. Well, because your logic's wrong. Yeah, okay, why? Because I don't want that. That's not how I work. I want you to come on and say, right, those hundreds of thousands of Sumerian tablets were done by one particular person over hundreds of thousands of years, spread across with all the patina on them, etc., because they wanted to write in the first very language that was ever created that had no language prior to that. Not even half of a language. We have a fully fledged language suddenly appear How do you get that? Not even, Tipex, not even scribbled out. Fully fledged language, spot on. So I want you to come back and say things like, yeah, that was done by, a guy that wanted to knock up a story a bit like Lord of the Rings, and did it over thousands of years, for a giggle. That's what I want you to do. Give me the facts where I'm wrong, but you won't. Sea Scout has wrote Island Delos in Greece is a gate. I'm guessing you're referring to a Stargate. I've missed points above, so I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Sorry, I hate when wait when it scrolls down. TikTok's not invented for people that actually want to read people's questions. This is live if anyone's joined. I am behind on the questions, but I do read every single question where possible, unless it scrolls to the bottom. I have to scroll to the top again and it misses some. Smitty's wrote, how large is Nibiru elliptical? What time frame do they come back on? So it's approximately a 3,600 year orbit around our sun. They go back in between Mars and Jupiter. So they don't actually come near us, but their gravitational force does affect Earth. And their planet does get affected as well. We know that because the tablets talk about the gold that they were sprinkling in their atmosphere to help repair. When it came back round at the period the closest which to Earth which was the point when the flood happened, they actually said that their atmosphere was pretty much buggered again because of it coming back round. Now, it's perigee is about 15 days. So if we can hold out for 15 days, being bombarded and, earthquakes and whatever else and volcanoes probably going off, if we can survive that, then it's on its way back out again. And they called it a Shah. So for those that believe the tablets are all knocked up for fake, that whoever faked it also called their year a Shah, which is whoever wrote those tablets as a fake should be a bloody Oscar-winning book writer and filmmaker and whatever. Shorty's wrote, do false gods come with fries and ketchup? When you say comes with them, this is how my logic works. When you say comes with them, do they bring the fries and ketchup, or do they come with them as in they're attached to them type of thing? They did bring barley. They did bring barley. We've got written record of that. In fact, quite a few tablets talk about them and their barley here, which gave us wine. They were the ones that created wine.
Email message.
And
there is an
probably
email
beer
message.
and whatnot. The ketchup, I don't know if they had sauce back then. Fakers wrote to Billy, its appearance would be the end of everything we know. I'm guessing you're talking about Nibiru. I wouldn't say that's true, only because it's been round a few times and its closest that it's ever been was the flood period. So now it's on its way. Each time it goes, it's a bit further out. And it also depends where we are as well around the sun, because obviously, it's like now, for example, if we were sending a rocket up to Mars, we would wait till both of us are the closest in our orbits. So it depends where we are. So I wouldn't say it would be the end of everything, because otherwise there would be no people now from logic. Because if it ended us the first time, then there would be no people then. And if it ended the second time, because it's been round for 460, you do the math, it's 3,600 years divided by 450, at least. Obviously it's been going before that, but that's when the Anunnaki came here. So it's already been round our solar system, many, many, many times, and we're still here. So I wouldn't say it's the end of everything, but I would say it will cause us a lot of problems. Non-disclosed has wrote, we humans have great powers, but we are trapped in these stupid bodies that aren't built for it. It's possible. You could be right. I mean, technically, because we were genetically modified by the Anunnaki, and they did actually stump our growth in terms of age, then yes, I could say we could probably have had more abilities than we do. Fakes. Thank you, Fake. Fakers wrote to Shorty. No, it's 10p for the sauce and fries are a pound. I wondered. I was thinking. I wonder if someone can answer that. But thank you, Fake. Brilliant. Post-op girl has wrote to George. With me, you don't even know me to speak this. Laugh out loud. Because that was George saying people like you, throw the logic out the window or something. Phoenix has wrote, oh, you've... Okay, this is why I didn't read. Thank you, Phoenix. You sod. This is why I don't read out. Can't remember. Okay, I'm going to try and pronounce it. I'll spell it. Kailasa. Kailasa temple in India. Ancient wonders of the world. Yes, that's probably what I was trying to say earlier, but I didn't want to go down that road because I will butcher the name of it. Rachel has wrote, you know anything about the arcs, arc light, etc. Arc light. I know about orbs, and I know about arc welders creating the end result being the Philadelphia experiment, but I don't know about arc light. I know there's people out there that think that there's lightning balls and stuff. So I'm not sure. No, I've not really heard it in that word, so I have to say no. Sorry, Rachel. Grant has wrote, we used to live for hundreds of years. We did, until after the flood. And then, see, I didn't believe this until, I don't know, a few months back when I read the tablet that literally said that they were going to shorten our lifespan. Which was crazy. Pump It has wrote, God loves you. You mean the Elohim, which is plural, which is the race called Anunnaki. I don't think they love me. They tolerated us, I think, in the end, but they had no choice because they played God and created us. So in terms of God loves us, I know there's people out there that want to feel that because it's a nice feeling. My mum wants to believe in it. Yeah, I've sat and bored my mum to tears about all of this stuff. But she still wants to believe that there's, forgetting the fact that the Bible's, the Old Testament compared to the newer ones, they've changed. Man's changed it from plural to single God. So forget that. She still wants to believe there's one God, even though she knows that the original Bible did talk about plural. So this, as I say, it does wind me up how people want to be selective. They pick and choose what they want to fit their narrative. And that's really sad. But that's just up to them, I guess. Post-op girls wrote, Nibiru scares first started with MK Ultra years ago, like 20 years ago. Been saying they will arrive. Yeah, I mean, I saw a press conference with, it would have been longer than 20 years ago, with NASA live on TV, and there was a group of, I don't know, about six, maybe seven people from NASA on this table, and one of the reporters asked about Planet X, or they asked about, is there another planet in our solar system? And one of them actually started to talk about it and said, yeah, Planet X is, and the others all just stared at this guy. And then he changed his tune and said, well, if there was another planet, I remember that. And that was, oh God, it was over 20 years ago. So yeah, and then since then they've changed the name from being Nibiru's Planet X to a planet that they believe is in a solar system. They call it Planet X, in other words, an unknown planet. So I'm just going to carry on, and I'm just going to mention, A, this is live. B, I do have a website with all my videos on. Watch them from video 1 onwards. It makes so much more sense because they're in chronological order. And the website is ourtruehistory.co.uk, if anyone's interested. And because I'm using this crappy Samsung phone, I mean, it's a new phone, but it's not as good as my cheaper phone. If I suddenly die, it's because the phone overheats compared to the other phone. I'm going to unplug it just so it doesn't overheat as quickly. And yes, this is live. I read out every single question. Non-disclosure, even if we could get aware of it, we can't do anything about it. That's true. Smitty's wrote Archons. I'm guessing that's a question. In other words, is there Archons, or what do I know about Archons? The truth, from my point of view, is I have found very little about them. I have a feeling, it's just my own gut feeling, that it's the same as the Lemurians, where it was made up. And yes, Lemurians was made up in, I think it was 1846, where the first person came out with the word. Thank you, Elaine, for the rose. Where the first person that came out with the word Lemurians. And the same goes for the Mu, the continent of Mu, which was supposedly sank just 12,000 years ago, just so happens. That was also made up. There was no other mention of it other than some person just a few hundred years ago talking about Mu. Now, obviously, there was Pangea, which I think we all should really agree that when you look at all the continents, if you rolled it back in time, they probably would have made one big continent, which would have been called Pangea. So with the Archons, I have really pretty much zero evidence of them. I think it's just similar to the people like Bashar, who will come out with, the guy that closes his eyes. Yes, he's fake, does a good job. He admitted that he does research when he was younger and still researches. I've caught him out a few times. I've deleted the videos off of my TikTok because I don't want to be the person that goes around knocking everyone. He's doing it as a job. Good luck to him. But there are people out there that make up these names, and then other people like Dolores Cannon, fantastic hypnoregression, fantastic spirits, aliens. No, that wasn't her forte, and she come out with things like Lemurians and shit and stuff. Excuse my language. And I did videos on her, just literally destroyed her whole thing by picking one particular video where she said that humans and spirits and aliens were all created at the dawn of time, and then the aliens help us. Well, why? Why at the dawn of time? If we was all equal, why would the aliens want to help us at the dawn of time? Of course, us humans wasn't around at the dawn of time. So Archons, no. Smitty's wrote not demons. Because there's no such thing as demons. It's just a word for an evil thing, in my opinion. G Special Forces wrote, just tried to see what you have to say about my question. I need a response. I don't know if I've read it out. I did miss some because it scrolls to the... Sometimes because I'm reading all these out, it scrolls to the very bottom where you guys are looking right now. I'm way up the top. And when it scrolls to the bottom, for whatever reason, I don't know why it does it, sometimes when I scroll at the top, it only allows me to go so far, and I miss people's questions. So forgive me for that. I would normally read out every single one, so you might have to rewrite the question. Sorry. It's not me. Trust me, I would read it out. George has wrote to Postdoc Girl, clearly a reply to the point you made. Are you so dense you don't know how discourse works? George. Smitty's then wrote Archons again. Dave has wrote, hi mate, do you believe in an afterlife? I do. Did a Ouija board with, what wasn't even a Ouija board, it was just cut out letters with my mum. A few years after my dad had passed. She'd already done it a week or two before with my sister. She was waiting for my sister. Sister hadn't turned up. at this point, I was into aliens and been researching since I was 6, but spirits I avoided. Um, my mum was worried my sister weren't going to turn up, so I can't remember if I said I'll do it with her or she said would I do it with her. Either way, it was just me and my mum with upside down glass on our living room table, and she had all these ABCs written out in cut out letters, and she started. She asked me to touch it with my finger. Of course, I was really hesitant, and if you know my logic, you know I will try and work out how it was done. She asked for my dad, and it started to move to yes. I took my finger off, the glass stopped, and I kept taking my finger off. After a while, Mum was getting a bit annoyed because I kept trying to figure out how she's pulling it. So anyway, in the end, I asked. So apparently it was my dad. She asked where he was. He said in the pub, and of course at that point I thought, yeah, right. Seriously, in a pub, spirit, yeah. But after that, after I did all that, I did research, and yeah, basically they can be in a pub, and they can manifest drinks and stuff. It's crazy what they can do. They can manifest footballs. They can manifest bikes, and so anyway, so I asked, "Can you read my thoughts?" Because that's the kind of person I am, and it went to yes. So I asked, right. I said to Mum, right, I'm going to ask the question in my head. So you, because obviously I still didn't believe it was real. So I said, I'm going to ask the question in my head, so you don't know. It's only me, and I'm certainly not going to push it to the answer. So I'm there, and I'm thinking, right, what question? And I thought, oh, my dad's crap at spelling. He's worse than me. So I thought, okay, I'll just go to the letter J. And it freaking moved to the letter J and stopped. And my mum says, why has it stopped? 'Cause she was expecting it to spell out, I don't know, a name or something. And I did it about, I think, 5 or 6 more times just to make sure that the spirit can read my mind. And in the end, I had to agree, yes, it was my dad. Yes, they can read your mind. And yes, there is an afterlife. Just from that own personal experience. Then obviously I went into researching reincarnations and all that kind of stuff. And absolutely, there is a light energy being that joins with us when we're in the womb and leaves us as a hard drive. It connects with us and learns and then crosses over and goes back round again. So definitely there's an afterlife, from my opinion. Rudy's wrote, Anunnakis are among us. I would say their offspring would be, such as RH negative, but I certainly wouldn't say Anunnaki because they're 8 to 12 foot tall. So when you say among us, I think people probably see them. Slayers wrote The Monster from Wednesday. I didn't watch all of it yet. I'm being naughty. I've gone back round and started watching Smallville again. I know. I'm sad. So I will finish Wednesday. Carla's wrote, just about to say that about the blood. That was probably to do with the RH negative. Dana's wrote a human. I'm not sure if that's a question or something. Sorry, Dan. George just wrote to Post-Op Girl, after assuming I'm religious, have some self-awareness to Christ. I like your pun there, George. Fergie's wrote, I'm not saying I believe some of what I'm saying, I just like putting it out there in the ether. Fair enough, no problem at all. No problem. It's just how I work. It's never personal. It's just, if you've listened to me before, you see that's how I waffle on. Post-op girls wrote back to George, I have no idea why you are targeting me. Oh crap, it freaking scrolled all the way to the bottom. I was interested. Sorry, I'm scrolling all the way to the top now as quick as I can. Oh god, I hope it didn't miss any. I was interested to see what was going on there. Oh, come on. Oh man. Okay, I don't think I've lost it. Yeah, sorry. Okay, just scrolling down. God loves you. Christ. Yeah. I have no idea where you're targeting me. I do not understand your thoughts. Ah, okay, that was it. I was expecting there to be more. Sherry's wrote to George, be respectful. Everyone is entitled to their opinions and beliefs. You should be saying that to me, Sherry, because sometimes I'm a bit bad to some of the people that post. I can't help it. Blue Tanda has wrote, what are jinns? Well, funny enough, I have been doing a series of videos. I think there's only 4 or 5 out at the moment. There's 10 in total. So if you don't mind waiting and watching those, they're on TikTok. So all you have to do is just go back and you'll see our true history. It says Jinn part 1 of 10, part 2 of 10, part 3 of 10. So I'm releasing them, maybe 1 or 2 a day. So in the next few days, you'll get the full answer. And so far, the people that's replied have said they totally agree with me from personal experience or whatever. So it's nice to see that. But I will explain where the jinn comes from in the later videos, and why I come to that conclusion based off of sort of the only evidence we've got of them. Obviously, you've got mediums and spiritualists and exorcisms and stuff, which I do cover in these videos. So just hold on, and watch them, because it's better to I made sure I explained it all on the videos as opposed to me just suddenly blurting out now. But they are basically, they're light energy beings, just like the light energy beings that join with us. But watch my videos, I explain it a little bit more about. And there is a fight between the light energy beings and the jinn, have been going on for eternal. And I say that because I read out where that comes from, and it's not a YouTube video or anything like that. It's one of the older texts. Fakers wrote, my monster looks like a worm with a hat, smells good and tastes just as good. Oh, Fake, don't eat your monsters. What are you like? But I like your... Do you even eat the hat? Do you know what that reminded me of? The worm with a hat. Anyone remember Labyrinth with the little worm? Hello. She says, did you say hello? He said, no. I said, hello. But that's close enough. Sorry. George has wrote to Post-op Girl, targeting you. You messaged me first. Insane. Fakers wrote, it likes to spit. Oh, God. Really? Fake? You eating that? You don't know where it's been. Alfredo has wrote, like the tricolour English Staffordshire Terrier with a black and white face, my dog was a monster. Okay, so straight away, which is, thank you very much for telling me your monsters, which means there is 2 different types of monsters straight away. And so, of course, a demon can't be a monster, can't be a demon, because there's... Yeah. Truth Girls wrote, nah, demon is a spiritual entity that inhabits the souls of the ignorant and those who choose evil. So really then, you would say that the demon would be a jinn, and then it's got a name, the jinn. That's what I would probably go along with on that side of it. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. A demon would be something that's not tangible in the way that we would see a monster. So I understand what you're saying there, but obviously if it is an entity that inhabits the souls of people, then if you watch my videos of jinn, you'll see that that's exactly what the jinn do. Thank you for those gifts that I just saw pop up there from those people. Thank you. George, I don't do it for gifts, by the way. I do it because I enjoy doing this. George has wrote to Cherry, every opinion and belief should be subject to ridicule. To a point, I would say, George, to a point. And the reason why I say that is because when you get to a point where their facts or logic makes more sense than the other person's, then you have to stop trying to... I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying that's what I would do. If someone was explaining something to me and I kept asking questions and realised that their answers were correct more than mine, I wouldn't then try and go round the back and try and catch them out and stuff like that and ridicule them, because that wouldn't be nice. But yeah. Post-op Girls wrote to George, Christianity's own bloodline. Where have you seen the Jesus strand? Sorry, have you seen the Jesus strand? That isn't to do with that, where the crucifix was above ground and then underneath was an Ark of a Covenant, and then the ark got blood dripped onto it, and then over years it turned into sort of goo, which then was found that only a piece of the Ark of the Covenant was still there, and they this is what I've seen recently, believe it or not, and they have done tests on this black goo, and it turns out that it's blood with certain type of chromosomes in there, which is different from our chromosomes, or some type of thing might not be chromosomes, and they say that it's Jesus Christ's blood. So the first thought was, wow, the fact that someone put the Ark of the Covenant underneath just happens the same pole that Jesus was crucified on, because they actually had many poles with crucifixes, where people was hanged up all down a street. So the fact that that was underneath that one was a miracle. The fact that the Ark of the Covenant is something that we was looking for. Now, apparently, from memory, they said that a bit had broken off, which is interesting because when you realise that the Ark of the Covenant, as per original tablets and Bible, well, more Bible to be fair, I don't think I've read it on the tablets, was made of gold paint on top of wood, then if it was broken off, that would have disintegrated over 2,000 years, I would have thought. So then really all that would have been left would have been, or biodegraded, would have been the gold. So yeah, the logic didn't sit right with me if that's... And of course, then the most important thing is, when they say it's Jesus' blood, how would they know unless they had a sample of Jesus' blood to start with? You need a control to be able to say whether it is or isn't something. So that whole video that I watched was a waste of however many minutes I watched, because it just doesn't make sense. Smitty's wrote, yo, is he even reading the chat? Yes, I am. This is live. Unlike every single person I've ever seen do a live, I read out every single question, which is unheard of probably on TikTok, but I'm sorry, that's what I do. And then Smitty wrote, I've asked a number of questions. Hopefully you heard me. Sometimes it's I'm way up. You're looking at whatever question at the bottom now that's the last person wrote. I'm way up where you wrote this. Now sometimes for whatever reason it scrolls all the way to the very bottom, and then I have to scroll all the way back to try and find where your part was. And for whatever reason, sometimes it doesn't allow me to go any further to read where I was, so I miss questions, which is really frustrating for me, because I will read out every single question. So yes, it is live, and if I haven't read yours, it's not because I avoid it, it's because it's one of those ones that got pushed off because there's too many questions. Sorry. Matthews, how long until they return? They're not well, the planet will be back in between 200 and 900 years, but the Anunnaki are not going to come back. They've already been back. They're already dealing with our military, according to whistleblowers. So they're not going to come back and take over. They could have done that, anytime they wanted to, basically. And then they haven't. Kim has wrote, their planet hasn't orbited us in a while. No, so if you look at it from that perspective, then it would be approximately, the last time was about 3,000 years ago, give or take. So yeah, it hasn't been here for a while. Post-op girl has wrote, it correlates to the all, astronomy, to tribes, bloodlines, we are human, God's only children. Okay, sorry, I really don't want to say this. You know where I'm going with this. Oh, I hate saying this because, you seem like a nice person, but... Okay, so I've read the translations by many different people of the tablets where it talks about Enki. So basically, the tablets talk about, this predates the Bible, so whatever comes, I will always go to the original because it just makes sense. So in the tablet in the British Museum called the Atrahasis, it talks about the Anunnaki getting upset that they had to mine for gold, and it was backbreaking work. and they go to Enlil, and they're outside his dwelling. He's got locks on doors. I studied the tablets, because little things mean a lot. You know, like when it says he had to get his vizier, and he had to get his servant, and he had to get his thing, and they had to bolt the doors and stuff like that. To me, that's fascinating. The fact that they had doors with bolts. I mean, we assume it's us that come up with the idea of doors and bolts. It was them. Anyway, so Enlil calls for Ninata, sorry, not Ninata, Ninharsag, or Nimna as she was known back then, and Enki and a few others, to discuss the problem about the mining that the Anunnaki had to take. And that's when Enki, so I've read the tablet, that you can actually look at them. The tablets then say, Enki says, I think I might be able to create a species that, thank you, Circuit, for the gift there, that he might be able to create a creature, because he talks about there's already a creature in the Abzu, which is where they were mining. Thank you, Special Forces. And he thinks he can create a creature, and then Enlil says, what, in our image? And Enki says, yeah, it will look like us, because we're going to be using MEs, which is DNA and stuff, and essence. And then Enlil says, no, not in our image. And then Enki and Harshag basically carried on chatting, and eventually Enlil had no choice, because it was either that or they don't get the gold for their planet, and the planet, you know, all their families and everything on the planet would die. So they said, Enlil finally agreed to allow that to happen. So when you say we are human, God's only children, technically we are, but not in the big way that you think, in my opinion. Forgive me, I'm trying to be as polite as I can, but I would always go with the original version of something. Travis wrote, but I'm afraid if I don't believe in God, I'll spend eternity in hell. Hell is actually a made-up word. So if you go, I've listened to many priests and stuff who actually admit that hell was a very recent thing that was done to keep their flock of people from, you know, going off. And even, believe it or not, some of these people that I've heard have actually said that the people that came up with the word hell, and the other priests that used it, were using it in a way to control and, thank you, Scarlett, I'm trying to be not rude here, and have their wicked way with some of their flock. When I say flock, people that were believing in it, in other words, abusing their power by saying, look, you know, if you don't sleep with me, you'll go to hell, which is a really, really bad thing to do, obviously. So hell was actually a really new concept. Now, you could say that the halls of Amente are hell. That's the oldest record we've got of anything in the earth in terms of hell. And that was in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, where the light energy beings actually go down. They do go down into earth, which people have seen these same energy beings, balls, come out of the ground when doing crop circles, the proper crop circles, not the fake ones that's done by humans. So, but the halls of Amente were not in an evil place. You know, they were just where these light energy beings seem to stay when, and the tennis balls, not the tennis ball size, they're the basketball size ones, not the tennis ball ones that join with us that float around that we see in photographs, etc. So yeah, technically there's no hell, and Lucifer, etc. If you look into it, you might come across the same conclusion that I did, which was that it was more than likely Anzu who led the Ajiji into a rebellion against the Anunnakis, and he was basically, you know, he was the one that stole the tablets of destiny, which again written in tablets. So yeah, so I wouldn't worry about going to hell. There is, and again, if you talk to spiritualists, and I have talked to many mediums, spiritualists, and clairvoyants about, I asked questions, I pay them just to answer questions. And I asked about hell, to each one of them many times, different ways I asked, etc. And there is no hell. There's lower frequencies and higher frequencies. The lower frequencies are the bad people, such as Bill Gates, murderers, etc. And the good people are me and you. And our frequencies will clump together, stay together. So in other words, when we're joined with that light energy being, our frequency of that light energy being will keep us around. And the bad ones will all clump together and go off wherever, a particular location could be on Earth, could be on another planet, wherever they want to go, because they can travel anywhere at the blink of an eye. So, and they can also travel backwards and forwards in time if they wanted to. G-Forces wrote, Elohim is angel. Again, the actual proper translation is messenger. So you could say some of the Elohim were messengers. So you could be technically right if you go that way, because the Elohim some of them were messengers, some were royalty, and some were classed as the Ajiji, which were just basically younger Anunnaki or Elohim. So yeah, you technically are right. Cherries wrote to George, calling people dense is definitely a ridicule. You can be respectful. I would agree with Cherry there. Rachel's wrote, although I do call people numpties, I admit, guilty. Rachel's wrote, sorry to ask again, what do you know about arcs or arc-light? Massively interested in the emeralds. I don't know. You've got me on that one. I've not come across anything that's called arcs or arc-light. You've really got me on that. I apologise. I wish I knew. I don't know anything. If you've got videos or anything, please send them to me. I'd love to look at them and learn. Dom has wrote, why do the Anunnaki leave then? The world is still here and its gold resources. So after the flood, it's a good question. Go to the top of the class. I haven't put anyone to the top of the class today. So go to the top of the class. Because you make a point about, the world is still and the gold's still here. So that's a good point. So basically, in the tablets, it says after the flood, when King Anu came down and chatted with his sons, he said to him, you can come back to Nibiru. They also found a new place where to mine, because the mines over in Africa got flooded over. And when I say flooded, with the deluge, which was tsunami, which is mud, silt, etc. And we have evidence of those gold mines. As you just look back at old newspapers and you'll see gold miners digging now, or back then, gold miners digging and coming across another gold mine tunnel already there. How crazy is that? I read that years ago in newspapers, so I know it's genuine from back then. And there was a photograph, if I remember. I can't remember too much of the photograph, but I remember there was a bloke down there and there's a hole where he's cut through, and there's another. It looked kind of just like another mining tunnel. However, there were in South Africa, there was some that actually had glass edges all round, so it was like basically a glass tube, but square, sort of square, going around, and that clearly means, in my opinion, that they heated the walls to make sure that the walls didn't cave in or anything, because they didn't have any supports, which is really interesting. So anyway, going back to your question, so they, cut a long story short, a lot of the Anunnaki decided to stay here on Earth when they were offered to go back to Nibiru and send fresh people. They said they'll stay. Some of them had families by then, even with humans, even though they would outlive them in a blink of an eye. So King Anu, this is in the tablet, said, okay, get the gold now, which is easier to get, and get reserves, in other words, extra, which they did. So, of course, because of their issues here on Earth with their dizziness and reduced health. No other Anunnakis really want to stay here, so that's why they don't sort of come back. And they left. The ones that did leave was because they wanted to go back to their home planet. The ones that didn't leave were because generally they made a home here and was happy here. And some of them didn't want to leave, like Marduk, because he would be nobody back on Nibiru, whereas here he ended up being in charge. So there was different reasons. George wrote to Sherry, I said ridicule is good. It separates logic from idiocy. Scrolling down. This is live, by the way, if anyone's listening. It's just I read every single question. Matthew has wrote Nibiru back within 5 years and the return of the Anunnaki, ? No, not 5 years. No, would be bombarded by meteorites at this point. No. And the thing is, I did, I've been doing this for a long time. I was looking at all the 15 years ago, I was looking at the pictures of people that took, most of them were America actually, saying, look, I can see Nibiru, I can see, they took pictures of these tiny little dots beside the sun, further back, but obviously beside the sun in the pictures. And they were saying, look, this is Nibiru, it's coming around, The next 10 years, we're going to see it clearer and clearer and clearer. And guess what? We haven't seen it clearer and clearer. So my guess is it's still going to be between 200 and 900 years away. Illuminati has wrote, you seen anything over the tomb of Osiris being found? I have seen that people have sent me videos saying, have you seen this? I really want to I don't want to just look at the one soundbite video. I really want to know, because Osiris was chopped up, both in the Sumerian and in the Egyptian tablets. So for him to have had a tomb where he's buried in, now he was chopped up, and his wife Isis went round and actually found all the parts and then inseminated herself with his essence, dare we say, and ended up having an offspring with him because it's all to do with the lineage. So she had an offspring which was named Horon in the original proper text, but of course Horus we know of as the Egyptian name. So I really want to look into this properly. I don't want to just watch the beginning part where they say we found a tomb of Osiris. I want to know whether or not they think they found a body, because literally I've read the original translations of the Sumerian tablets talking about Osiris. His name wasn't Osiris either. It was very similar to Osiris, same as Horon is very similar to Horus. So I want to see whether they actually say it's Osiris or the actual original proper name. So that's why I say I'm a bit skeptical, because unless you know all about Osiris, you could quite easily say, oh, there's a body in there and that's Osiris, and all's fine and dandy and it's human and it's not got an elongated skull and everything else. I want to know everything. So when I look into it, because I'll just get really wound up when someone says, there's a body in there. I'll be like really wound up, because clearly both the Egyptian and Sumerians say that he was chopped up, literally chopped up. So I really want to see the full version of that. So yeah, that's my take on it. George has wrote to Sherry, not all ideas should be respected equally. And Vohon, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, God flooded the world for a reason. Well, actually, the original tablets that the Bible copies from says that Enlil wanted to kill us humans. There was too many of us. We was all noisy, and he wanted to wipe out the giants as well. And he asked everyone. I've read the tablets. The actual translations are in the Oxford University website if you want to go and read it. not making it up. He asked, it's spread across a few different tablets. You have to read them differently. When I say spread across, it's because the way that the British Oxford University, they clump things together, even if they don't actually understand where it belongs. So you just read lots of tablets and it all makes sense to you. But yeah, they basically say Enlil makes everyone swear. It says it, which is exactly what Book of Enki says, Lost Book of Enki, which is what Sitchin says. Enlil made everyone swear not to tell the humans, and he also said go and pull the pins out of the ice, I think it was, which would be the ice, which is where Sitchin said that the ice came from, which makes sense. And they did have stations positioned watching that ice shelf in Antarctica to see whether or not it was going to come off. So they were aware of it. So when you say God flooded, you mean Enlil. You have to say Enlil because there's no other. You're only going by a book. I'm not knocking you, but let's cut to the chase. You're going by books that were changed by man in the first place. Correct? Yes or no? Yes. Now those books, if we've got older versions of them in a language that's not the same as Hebrew, but makes more sense, which one would you go with? I will go with the original one. I can't help it, I just will. So, yes, Enlil, not God, allowed the flood. And it wasn't a flood, it was a deluge, if you actually read the translations properly. If you're going to do it properly, do it properly. Deluge is what the actual translation of the original word was, not flood. Of course, we called it flood in the end. Sherry's wrote to George, be respectful. Fakers wrote, oh God, I'm over an hour behind everybody. Fakers wrote 5:33. Thank you very much for that. It's coming up to my time to watch Smallville again. Post-op Girls wrote to George, and since I so called assumed you religious, you assume I'm dense. Very good. Excuse me. Not guilty has wrote, what's Vatican role in all of this again, please? So this is my conclusion. I don't think anyone else has come to this, but this is just my conclusion. So the last time the Anunnaki offspring were mentioned was Rome. So the offspring, there was only a handful of offspring compared to the amount of millions of humans all over the world. And if you read all the Egyptian and Rome mythology, dare I say mythology, you see that those demigods were still wanting power and control over people. That's the way it was. So my take on it is that they set up a place in Rome called the Vatican, which is where the Vatican has a vault that has giant skeletons and stuff like that. And in fact, there was a builder. I remember seeing the reading the newspaper years and years ago, and I vividly see the picture now. The guy holding an elongated skull, and he was a builder, and he was doing some work underneath the Vatican.
There is an email
and
message.
Found this elongated skull, which was then put in the newspaper. And of course, you try and find that now, which I have on the internet, and I can't find it, but maybe someone might. But so I think the Vatican area was a place for certainly the demigods to have been, and they set that up. And of course, then they got the telescopes. There's 2 telescopes, both of them named. One's Lucifer, and I think the other one's Satan, is it? I mean, what religious place would have telescopes looking up to God, calling them Lucifer? Would you really? No, you wouldn't. So, yeah, that's why I think the Vatican are involved in it. Simply's wrote, you don't have no picture. No, I don't put a picture up because hopefully people are more interested in listening to what I've got to say than what I look like. Rudy's wrote Loch Ness Monster. Looked into it as much as I possibly can. Thank you, Octis, for the rose. If there was a creature, I don't think there is now. Yes, the loch is massive. You can fit everyone on this planet in the lock 2.5 times and still get lost. That's how big the lock is. But there's 24-hour surveillance on that lock with motion sensor cameras, and since, for a few years, and nothing's popped up. So if there was, it's not there now. That's all I'm going to say without boring you into, portals underneath the lock and all sorts of other stories I've heard. Postdoc Girls wrote to George, let me rephrase, all people need to look beyond religion and open your mind to hear. That's true. Well said. Yeah, I think religion blocks people, doesn't it? It's a funny thing, isn't it? I generally think that. I mean, there's a person probably still listening now, Elaine, and she was smart enough to go through and learn different religions, and not just learned different religions. I mean, I think she was Catholic, Islam, etc. She went through a lot of them to see what it's all about and whether or not she was in the right place for her. But she's been watching my videos and she's done her own research, and one of the videos she posted, she says, I now actually think you're right, meaning that the Anunnaki were here and they were the ones that created us. So to have that open mind for someone like her was amazing. She's a very special person to have gone through the different religions and then come to a conclusion on her own back, which is nice. Special Forces wrote, original names Shaggies are what you know as Bigfoot. I think there was like 60 different names for Bigfoot. Hairy Man. I can't even go through it. There's 60 names, because what it is where Bigfoot, certainly in America alone, let alone Russia, where Bigfoot is known in different sort of states, those people nicknamed it whatever name they, Sasquatch, whatever, in that area. So that's why we've got, even though it's the same creature, not necessarily the same one walking backwards and forwards different states, but the same type of creature, we've got all those different names from different people that's made up the names over the years when people had spotted it. George has wrote to Fake, dumb ideas should be treated as such, which is why, George, I do knock people down and call them numpties. So you've got me on that one, George. Guilty. Rachel's wrote, far more many things way before the Bible. Yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, even then the Bible doesn't even get the date of Jesus' birth correct. If you actually properly dig into it, you'll find that the descriptions of the things that's happening around the birth time were only done during the summer. So, that's not me saying that. These are really, really well-researched people that I couldn't debunk when they were saying all of this stuff. So it makes sense, that because the stables to start with would have probably had animals in it and stuff like that, but in the winter. But yeah, the whole thing says basically that Jesus was born in the summer. Waffling on. Postdoc Girls wrote to George, live to actually hear your ideas then. Might be love. Maybe should have been love to hear your ideas then. Fake and someone else is chatting about cars. George has wrote to Fake, and I specifically said they are not all equal. George has wrote to Postdoc Girl, ideas on what? Chiku's wrote, what are your thoughts on Hinduism? I have looked into that. It still comes to me that it's the original gods were the Anunnakis. I mean, Inanna was given the Indus Valley as one of the places when the territories were split up into four. Inanna was given basically India, area. Of course, it wasn't specifically India at that point, but that was the area that she was given. I did a video on who I think she is. Now, if you look at the actual, it's not just me that actually thinks that. There's other people than that that's come to the same conclusion. So if you look at Inanna's statues as Inanna in Sumeria, you'll see that she stands there in a particular pose, sometimes with eagle claws as feet. Sometimes she's holding lions. But she's always got this particular pose. Now, you'll find that all the Anunnaki seem to have a particular pose. So Inanna's got this particular pose where her arms are up in the air. And the same goddess, I can't remember the name, forgive me, in India, has exactly the same pose and also stands with lions. So it just still comes across that even the Indian religions and Pakistan religions and basically the Anunnaki were around. Now, you could say, well, what about Mesoamerica? Now, that's another story for another day. But yeah, I think they have, again, the problem is, it's just like Greece with the Hindus, where the Greeks talk about the gods like Zeus, you know, he gave birth to a child out of his forehead and this, that and the other. These are all sort of Chinese whispers from thousands of years before. And of course, the same goes, you know, from another continent, basically, from Sumeria compared to Greece. And the same goes for any sort of Hindu stuff, you know, Bibles or anything, text would have been thousands of years from. So when you end up with an elephant with, you know, 6 arms or whatever it is, it's basically stories passed down from somewhere else. So I can understand why sometimes some of these stories are not as accurate as they should be. I mean, you see, pretty much all continents have a creation story. Some, you know, are on the back of a tortoise, and some, but you know, the creation idea come from somewhere, which will probably have come from the Ummah Elish, which was written by someone on behalf of Marduk. So I think they're all religions in some way come from the Anunnaki, simply because they were the gods at the time and created those buildings that we still can't create to this day. Special Forces wrote, the best is Dr. Ashwakwasi. Trying to remember that name now. I can't remember it, sorry, where that's from. Ripple Diaz wrote, what do you think about Zecharia Sitchin's work? I think he's one of the best translators out there. I've watched all of his videos, I've read his books, I've read all the other people's translations, and there are differences between translations. You know, I'm not saying there isn't, but they're not huge. You know, the name might be slightly different. That's all to do with the language itself. You know, that you can, for one word, you can have 6 different versions of something for Sumerian. So it's quite easy to slightly get that, because if you get the first one wrong, then the second word might be wrong because you've gone based off the first word. But yeah, Zecharia Sitchin, no, he's not. Even if he was a Freemason, which some people say he was, all he's done is echoed people that come 100 years before him that had said the same thing. So he's not, you know, either everyone's a Mason and they're all giving us this information about the Anunnaki, or he's telling the truth and he was a Mason and they've allowed him to do it, or didn't even know he was doing it, or didn't care. So yeah, I think Sitchin is a very good place to start. I think we owe him a gratitude, even though unfortunately he's passed now. The Mitch has wrote, I have a question. How true is it that we have been adoring Enlil for thousands of years? Yeah, true. I wouldn't say adoring. When you read his text, he's the one that wanted to kill us over and over, different ways. Even used chemicals on us, which gave us boils and you know, basically made us die, which ended up that same chemicals ended up causing the people of Egypt to have those boils, and that's one of the plagues. And that's in the what tablets in that in? That's in the Atrahasis as well. So yeah, Enlil, Enlil and Enki were the two main brothers, but Enlil being the main supreme leader of Earth. So yeah, definitely the tablets are there. Rachel's wrote, ancient civilizations across the globe are key, indeed. Post-op girl, God bless you, George, but I'm out. Sorry. Thank you though for some sort of Russian-y name has wrote, are there any Anunnaki on Earth right now? If there are, they would probably be hidden because they're 8 to 12 foot tall. They would probably be running the show in some respect, such as in charge of elites or working with the elites, but they wouldn't be walking the streets. The Mitches wrote, the one who truly hates humans from the beginning. Yes, that's Enlil. Enki's tried to save us so many times. Cherries wrote to the Mitch, Enlil are the Israelites. Yeah, so Enlil had each Anunnaki ended up with their own territory, and each territory had their own humans, which they sent off to do wars, etc., or fight Marduk's lot, or whatever they did. And sometimes Enlil and Enki's humans ended up fighting each other as well. So Enlil's, I think it scrolled down. Did it scroll down? Yeah, it scrolled down. Sorry, scrolling down. Back up again. Enlil's lot were called the Enulites, if you go by the tablets. And of course, over time, because he was in Israel, it wasn't called Israel back then, but over time, we've called them Israelites, when really they were actually Enulites, which makes a lot more sense. Again, it scrolled all the way to the bottom, so I've missed a huge chunk of probably questions. Forgive me. This is live. Sotos wrote, sounds like Matt Footballer. Again, I've missed so many because it won't let me go higher. James Pateman's wrote, something definitely come down from space, as all ancient civilizations suggest this. Definitely, yeah. Queen Dubs has wrote, if they had all the technology to be here, then why didn't they mine so backbreaking? Surely it would be. So it's a fair question. Go number 2 in the class for that. I had thought the same thing. Now, on their home planet, maybe they never needed to mine. Maybe they didn't have machines to mine. So when they first came here, they were siphoning by Eridu, a place called Eridu. They were siphoning out the gold from the shore of the ocean. Well, I can't remember what sea it is, but one of the seas. It's by the shore, and they were siphoning it out using their craft, and the water would pump out because their craft used actually water as propulsion. So they made a sort of sieve. Anyway, the gold wasn't coming out quick enough, so they went looking around. They found South Africa had gold, and that's when they set up the mining operation in South Africa. Now, we assume that they have massive boring technologies and that they must be mining for gold on their own planet, or mining. They must have it easy. We don't have it easy, and we've been mining for how long? 100 odd years. We've got technology that, we've got robots that go down a street now and deliver you bloody food. But we're still going down with coal buckets and pickaxes and stuff like that. So we assume that the Anunnaki had all this fantastic tech that they could shoot through, but they didn't. They had baskets. There's texts that literally say that they're going to use the humans or creatures that they create to carry the baskets for them.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
So basically we assume that they can do magic, but really they can't, and so they had backbreaking work. If we managed to get to another planet, would we be able to mine for gold easily? Let's say we go to the moon. Forget the fact there's already people on the moon. Thank you, Tommy Gunn. Let's forget the fact that there's people already on the moon mining for helium-3, but let's just say we get to the moon and we're going to start, using its resources. Could we, within 5 minutes, go and grab whatever it is we want? No, we can't. We'd have to take machines there and over a long period of time. And although, again, I do say that, thank you, Octis, for the roses. I do say that they were here for hundreds of thousands of years, but they slept for 7 days and 7 nights. So it was just one night for them. So they were mining for 6 months. So we sit here and say, oh, well, hundreds of thousands of years, they could have freaking... But it worked out 6 months, roughly, that they were mining in terms of waking hours that they were mining. So, they probably did have some technology, but not straight away that they could literally do what we expect them to do. Right, my battery's on 15%, and that will give me a perfect excuse to shoot when it dies. Misty's wrote, we were once advanced but not aliens. It was us from another planet which was lost over time. I thought that once, but no, it's not. There's no evidence whatsoever of that. Trust me, I did think all of that. And it's the reason why I can say that, hand on my heart, because I'll say to you what I said to myself: show me the evidence. And I looked for it. If you know anything about me, I will I will try and work it out, and there is no evidence, but we do have the evidence of everything that I've been saying. Quinoxes wrote to Queen Dubs, they created humans to do a lot of mining for them. Yeah, literally the tablets the translations at Oxford University. Jules wrote, is there any Zecharia Sitchin's work accurate? Yes. Yeah, he's the most accurate of all the translations, I believe. Absolutely. I've read many different people's versions of the same things that he's translated, and he is the closest, in my opinion, to being correct. Just makes sense. His ones make, from a logical point, his ones make sense, whereas other people's doesn't. For example, Oxford University talks about Adapa wearing mourning clothes to go to Nibiru, which was Adam, out of Adam and Eve, the band, the rock band, the Adam and Eve. He was going to Nibiru. And so the translations in the Oxford University, which you can go and read, says mourning clothes, whereas Zecharia Sitchin said tight clothes. Now, if you're going on a rocket or a spaceship, would you wear mourning clothes or tight clothes? So that's why I got a lot of respect for Zecharia Sitchin. Queen Dubs wrote, great enough to make a world beyond our wildest imaginations. Not sure what I was talking about there. And also, don't forget, everybody, that the tablets don't just talk about Earth. There's tablets that go on about the... Sorry, I was just plugging the phone in there. Tablets that go on about their life on their planet and how they evolved, and how many wars they had, and their north and south and everything else. So that's pretty impressive. Heidi's wrote, is it true they have rhesus negative blood? I believe it's true, yes. Watch my videos in order from number 1 onwards. You can watch them on YouTube or on Our True History, or scroll all the way back to ourtruehistory.co.uk, I should say, or scroll all the way back to the number 1 on my videos on TikTok. I cover it and I explain why and where and how and what and when. Quinoxes wrote, I'm currently reading Lost Book of Enki. It's mental, and it's a crazy book, but half of that is in the Oxford University if you want to read it. Erectus just wrote, is Predator your favourite alien movie? No. Do you know what? I would, fair point, good question. Number 3 in the class for that, well done. I would actually say the one where they're in the ice underneath with the pyramid. I think it's Predator versus an Alien, the first one, because obviously it adds the pyramid under the ice theory. So I quite like that for that. Peters wrote, what do you think will happen when the Anunnaki return? They're not going to return in the way we think they're going to return. they're not. There was a bloke that had a book out on Amazon that says 10th edition. In June 2022, the Anunnaki will return. And he sold freaking loads of copies to him. And now he's going to probably have the 11th edition saying in June 2023. And people will just keep buying it because they believe that. But they're not going to come back in the way that we expect them to come back. They'll just deal with our military as they are now. Heidi's wrote, been looking a bit into it, really strange. I was just trying to remember what you was talking about. RH negative blood. Yeah. Yeah, there's a person on here called Philomena. She really knows her stuff about the blood, but basically she also agrees that it's an Anunnaki blood type that bred because they bred with us. Watch my videos, it makes more sense. Megas wrote, is this speaking of necromancy? I wasn't talking about necromancy, but necromancy is the original version of necromancy. I forget the movies and stuff, was what they did with a skull. They would actually dig up the skull of the person that died and they would put a candle in it. And then they would chant and say some things. This is based off of the ancient texts, not a book by some numpty in the bestsellers list. I'm telling you from the, and if you don't believe me, go to Ivan Finkel's, look up Ivan Finkel. He translated these Sumerian tablets which talk about necromancy, and they try and communicate with the dead person using their own skull. That's what necromancy is. Koku has wrote Ancient Aliens, Anunnaki, and then you wrote in Spanish, maybe. I am terrible at pronunciations in the best of times. I don't know what it says, let alone in Spanish. Por favor. Sorry. Or whatever language it is. I don't know, it might even be Mexican. Sorry. User 25 wrote, what about the Mycos? Someone else asked that. I have no idea what that is. Sorry. Izzy's wrote, ask me anything about it too. I'll reply, it's all horseshit to every question and be right. I think we have the numpty of the year, everybody. I know it's only early 2023, but I think we might have it. Let me read that out again, because obviously that person's referring to my image at the background where it says ask me about. So let's have a look. Izzy wrote, ask me anything about it too. In other words, ancient aliens, etc. And Izzy wrote, I'll reply, it's all horseshit to every question and be right. Oh, Izzy, you fucking numpty. I could just ask you one question and you'll say horseshit. Excuse my language, everybody. But you won't be able to answer the question. And I'll ask you right now, you won't reply. How come the ancient tablets talked about Mars having ice on the top and bottom of the pole when no one had telescopes and could hardly see Mars back then? Answer that. You're not gonna. So I feel like I can call you a numpty because, wait for it, you are a prize numpty. Yeah, I told you, everyone, earlier that I do sometimes go a bit nutty. Jacob has wrote, do you believe in the Christos, Christ within, like what some ancient Sumerians and Egyptians will say? I'm not familiar with the Christos. Interestingly, though, you do realise that the Egyptians and Sumerians were thousands of years before Jesus Christ came along. So if anyone's saying that, if you're saying that there's Egyptians and Sumerians that say anything about Jesus Christ, I would beg to differ with you, because the only evidence we've got, or the only writing of, let's be honest, evidence that we've got of Jesus is in books, which we end up calling Bible. So there is, unless you can point me to a Sumerian text or carving or anything to do with Christ thousands of years before Christ even came along, I would probably say whatever you're talking about, if that's what you're talking about, forgive me if I've got it wrong, I would say whoever's told you that is talking horseshit. Excuse me, sorry about that. Jacobs wrote, is the Christ fluid within us and links to our pineal gland? No. No. Because for 300,000 years there was humans prior to Christ. 300,000 years. So that means Christ wasn't inside them. Do you see my point? So the only thing you've got that's inside you on your pineal gland is a light energy being that was formed when the universe was formed as per Emerald Tablets of Thoth. So no, get the whole Christ does this and Christ does that out of your head. There is no miracles from Christ. There is no, him saving you tomorrow. He's never saved anyone in the Holocaust. No, it's not. No. In my opinion, obviously you're welcome to your own. Koku has wrote, no, hey, Posilidad. That's that funny language again. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to translate it. Maybe there is a way. Oh, there is. Hang on, I just held on to it. Okay, there is no possibility of knowing everything. This is a translation. Well done, TikTok. It does not exist, and it is necessary to accept that iodine is subject only a portion. There is no possibility of knowing everything. I agree. I agree. Even the light energy beings that join with us don't know everything. And the reason why I say that is because they join with us for the reason of gaining knowledge and wisdom. So if they had everything, knew everything, then they wouldn't need to join with us to learn. Charlie's wrote to Sean, can you make a video about your truth? I don't know who Sean is. Marcus wrote, ancient aliens, 95% bullcrap. But the other 5% believe we have been visited. No problem at all. Let me just ask you one question. How much percentage have you looked into ancient aliens? 0. Well, that's your problem right there, Mark. Trust me. You look into it. Anyone that looks into it ends up saying the same as what I'm saying. You'd be numped. Wait, you can't. Even numpties would end up agreeing with what I'm saying. JG has wrote, was it Enki? Jesus? No, Enki died a couple of thousand years before Jesus was born. So no. I am Groot has wrote, is Bigfoot a Nephilim? No, Bigfoot is an alien species that has been seen with the Greys, travels with the Greys, works with the Greys. The ones here were from a crashed prison ship at least 10,000 years ago, and the ones now are offspring off of those, but it's not a Nephilim. No, a Nephilim would have been a human, not a hairy Bigfoot. No, and also totally different continents, to start with at least. Unicorns wrote, check out Messengers of the Wind on YouTube. It covers the whole Anunnaki story in an amazing way. Forgive me, I don't like, where possible, I don't like watching other people's videos on things because I go back to the original source. If I watch theirs and they get something wrong, I'd be annoyed. So I try not to watch other people's because there's no point in. I can go back to the original sources and learn it all myself. So, but for other people, if they want to, then feel free to go and watch that video that person's talking about. Someone with a dot has wrote, which book do you read the translations from? There's hundreds of thousands of these tablets. You just have to look up Sumerian translations and knock yourself out. There's so many. They're on the internet, properly translated. Koku has wrote the last one because the original is the first one. It is to be able to remain in time. So that's probably to the question when I said, which would you go by, the original, in other words, ancient tablet, or the later one, which would be the Bible. In other words, a copy of the original. So this person said that they would go with the last one and believe the last one's correct, even though it is a copy off of the original. And in the case of the Bible, it's via at least three different languages that they've had to translate to get to the version that they've got. Just the logic alone, cuckoo, doesn't make sense to go with the last one. So if I wrote something and asked 10, or if I said something, let's do the old Chinese whispers. Have you ever done Chinese whispers? I did it at school, where the first person gets told something by the teacher, and then they tell the next person, they tell the next person, they tell the next person. By the time it got to me, it was just so not the same as the original. So you're saying you would go with my version, even though it's nothing to do with the original? I don't get that. That's just illogical. My brain hurts thinking about that. It doesn't make sense. User Kate has wrote, Anunnaki are fascinating. They are indeed. Hi, User Kate, by the way. East Coast has wrote, hi, Enki came back already for us. No, he's dead. He died, and I know he died because when Gilgamesh is talking about the gods of old, or the Elohim of old, he's referring to Enki and Enlil of the old times. So he must have died before Gilgamesh. So from that logic, he won't be coming back. Kuko has wrote, sorry, I have to translate it again. But the last one is the future in the present, and it's on the scientific side. Again, that's to do with I'm guessing to do with the Bible being the one that you would go by. But again, even the Old Testament's changed. You've got the King James Version, which changed the Bible. So if you go by the Bible, knowing they're manipulated by man, why would you want to believe that version? My head hurts. Marcus wrote, what year roughly would you travel back if you could? As long as I don't get eaten by dinosaurs, I would probably transport back to 300,000 years ago, because at that point there still would have been dinosaurs, believe it or not, and the Anunnaki would have been arguing over creating humans and genetically modifying the first humans. So I would have seen the dinosaurs, and I would have seen the Anunnaki, and I would have seen the first Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens sapiens, because they came later. So yeah, I would have seen three things in one go there. That would be cool. Would have liked to have stayed, a little bit longer to watch them build the pyramids, but beggars can't be choosers. Quinoxes wrote, I believe Bigfoot are their own intelligent race. Yeah, me too. Co has wrote, ha ha ha. Octis has wrote, hello, wow, I'm so far behind. Helix has wrote, you have false gods listed. Well, technically we call them false gods because they're gods and they're not really a god, the Anunnaki. So all of them are false gods, but they never called themselves gods either. It's just the name Elohim's translated. Jonas wrote, not sure if real, but there's a recent video of a giant coming out of a mountain in Mexico. I've not seen that. Be interested to see that one. Cuckoo has wrote, sorry, I have to translate it again. The Vatican is a self-determined country because they are so corrupt that they cannot share anything. I think it's to do with the Anunnaki, my personal belief. Amber's wrote, where do you get your information? 40 years of research. You could do the same research yourself. I've chatted to medium spiritualists, clairvoyants. I've talked to some of the best researchers out there, Linda Moulton Howe, Nick Pope, etc. I've read many books. I go back to the original sources of things. I use a hell of a lot of logic. So if you're interested on any of this kind of subjects, I've got a link page in my website, outtruehistory.co.uk, and I point to some good sources of information that you can find there. Thine Lady, I think it is, wrote, what about the half-breed people? When you say half-breed, how do you mean half-breed? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know if you mean skin color or a different race, or I'm not sorry. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry. Queen Dubs wrote, that's why the Vatican is its own country, and it also goes 2 miles underground, apparently. It doesn't surprise me if it does. Sean has wrote, no, you again for FFS. Sorry, Sean. D has wrote, Bigfoot, I'm Scottish, and you can't get to the bottom of the lock. Yeah, it's a big old lock. Octiz has wrote, what do you think is the next humanity for the next 20 years? Don't make me answer this. If I go by what I heard back in the 80s and subsequently more recently, according to remote viewers, etc., there's going to be 300 years of unrest. I mean, serious unrest. I mean, murder, depopulation, etc., etc. And then after the 300 years, it's going to be an AI run world, one world government, but AI will be in charge whether or not you go out to the shops, whether you do anything. Super Soldier of the Future wrote, the fourth dimension, anyone explain? If I could, I'd probably be a millionaire. I think it's where time, space, you're not on about a dimension as in another realm, you're on about the actual fourth dimension as in time and space. I think it's all as one. If you go by the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, they talk about everything's a cycle, and we go round and round and round, which goes back to the free will, which goes back to, how can a spirit tell us our future if it hasn't happened? And they do. They pinpoint certain things, so it means we've already been round again and again. So that's what I think the fourth dimension is. Cuckoos wrote, I have to translate, I was about to leave and you came to talk to me about the most subjective of all, the human being. Thank you. Glad you stayed. Hopefully you understand my speech. I know I talk quite quick sometimes. Jordan's wrote, hello from Doncaster. Well, hello from Doncaster, back to you. When will the world end? No, I've not heard anything about the world ending. I mean, if you go by when the sun will explode, we're talking, hundreds and hundreds of millions of years in the future, but I don't think the world will end. I think our civilization as we know it will end within the next 300 years. In fact, starting 2 years ago, you get where I'm going. Lekon has wrote tradition and indoctrination. Not sure what I was talking about for you to have said that, sorry. Queen Dubs wrote, chair with no windows and no room to move. Again, not sure, sorry, I'm not sure what I was talking about for that. Cuckoo has wrote, religions do not mark us as much as time. Megas wrote, so are you saying they moved the artifacts? I'm trying to think what artifacts I would have been talking about. If it was the Ark of the Covenant, there was a few of them, in my opinion. I've read enough to believe, proper text, not people's books, that there was more than one. So I'm not sure what artifacts, but if you're on about the Vatican, they've got a vault where they keep stuff that has a lot of really important our history stuff. So I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point. Forgive me. Thine Ladies wrote, I did that with religion. Christophers wrote, do Atlanteans Nephilim move underneath because the crust of the earth, the last ice age? No. So I've done a video on Atlantis. Unlike everyone else that did videos on Atlantis, and I'm talking about real researchers spent years doing it, I did not use Plato as an example, because when they use Plato, they pick what they want to use out of Plato's writings. Now, Plato was an actual story person, so we know that, and we know that the story would have come from 8,000 years before. There's no evidence whatsoever of Egypt, because that's where it originally come from. Watch my videos, I cover it all succinctly. So I, in my videos, explain where Atlantis was, why it sunk, when it sunk, and who was on there. And I match that up not with Plato. I match that up with other factors, which no one else has done. They all go by, there's a numpty that's got millions of viewers on YouTube. I say numpty because he is on YouTube. I'm sure his other videos are great, but on this particular one, he's a numpty because he keeps waffling on about the Rishat structure. And he pulls out things like, oh, Plato said there was elephants there. Plato also said it's within 150 miles of Athens. The Rickett structure is over thousands of miles. So he's cherry-picked what he wants to believe that the Rishat structure is. I can't do that. Am I the only person in the world that starts thinking, no, let's do it properly? So I done it properly. And I came out with a video, it's on TikTok and YouTube, where I explain the 14 points that match not Plato. Everything else that can be matched. No one else has done that. The closest they've got is like, oh, there's a circle and there's some elephants and, oh, maybe a little tiny bit of pottery. That's the closest, trust me, that's the closest you'll get. Mine, I've got concentric circles, lakes in between, the actual temple of the person that said that he lived there, Thoth or Ningazida. Egypt calls it Atlantis. The list just goes on of facts that and it was sunk with 60 ships suddenly, and also the tablets I reference talk about Inanna going up, blowing it up, and warning Ningazida off, which is why he left there, which is why he didn't die on there, which he ended up becoming his name Thoth in Egypt. All praise our true history for being the best. Sorry, I know I sound big-headed, but seriously, no one else can touch that. So the Atlanteans, just to help you when you're talking about do they live underground, the Atlanteans were the Sumerians. The Anunnaki. Guess what the Anunnaki built? Concentric circle cities. Guess what Atlantis was? A concentric circle city. Guess who had the most, not necessarily technology, but the smartest person would have made the biggest buildings? Wait for it. The same person that built the pyramid. Ningazida. So who was on Atlantis? Ningazida. How do we know that? Emerald tablets of Thoth. And they found Thoth's temple in the place where I say Atlantis is. I mean, am I right or am I right? I'm right. Sorry to sound big-headed, but I'm the only person that's come out with so many things. I'm beginning to think I could cure a rainy day. Sorry, waffling on now. Jerks wrote, what an experience. Yes, not sure what I was talking about. Thine Ladies wrote, that's why I'm asking about half-breed people. Again, not sure. Do you mean Nephilim? Sorry. Jordan's wrote, even though our other countries' populations are growing, yeah, they still want to get rid of it. They only want us down to 500 million, if that's what you're talking about. Christopher's wrote, Anunnaki are in Hindu scriptures. Yeah, and so is the weapons they used, the nukes and stuff. Cuckoo, I'm going to have to shoot soon. Cuckoos wrote, does anyone write in Spanish? With luck, TikTok actually does allow me to translate it, so I was right, it was Spanish. Gareth wrote Sasquatch. If that's I don't know if that's a question or you just changing the name from someone else that said Bigfoot. Sorry, I don't know. If it's a question, I do like it sort of a little bit more, so I know what I'm talking about. Quinoxes wrote, Christoph Atlantis was 100 inhabited by the Anunnaki. Everything that I conclude points to it. No one else. See, the thing is, all these other people that waffle on about Atlanteans, etc., and they are numpties, there's zero evidence whatsoever of another race on this planet. Zero. Other than the Anunnaki and possibly the Greys some 3,000 years later. 3,000 years ago. And that's because of the ant people. Yeah, basically. So well done, Equinoxy. Jordan's wrote, when will Operation Bluebeam take place? I think they might have changed it. I read, who was it? One of the good researchers said that he thinks that they've changed it now. You're still using the tech, but for a different reason. So not UFOs, because I think too many people know about the UFOs. I would watch this space within the next couple of years for sure. It's the Great Reset, really. Matty's wrote, haha, nice. Matty's wrote, what do you think of Jesus? I think he was a hybrid. I think he was Mary. If you go back by the original translations, and I mean original, not our translations of Hebrew, but if you go back to the original Hebrew translations and translate it now with the knowledge we've got, as did Geoffrey Doherty, who was a priest or vicar or something, it reads like an alien abduction. Mary was beamed up, impregnated, beamed back down, UFO in the sky, Star of Bethlehem. I'm paraphrasing very briefly, but the whole thing reads like that. So, if anything, he was a hybrid. Dragon Slayers wrote, Book of Enoch tells all. Not really. There's so much more it doesn't. In fact, to be fair with you, the Book of Enoch really doesn't say that much at all, in my opinion. The only thing it does do is talk about, that you can sort of hang your hat on, is the angels, which are messengers. It talks about spirits, and it talks about Stonehenge. Not a lot of people realise all of that, but again, I've done a breakdown of the Book of Enoch on my Patreon page if anyone wants to go and watch the video. Long videos they are, and they're not 1 minute videos. My Patreon page has got some videos that I don't talk about things on here, and they're all longer videos than TikTok. So if people are interested in finding out other stuff that I don't actually talk about, all to do with this kind of stuff, feel free. And there's a video series that I just put, in fact, segment 12 up today, everything you need to know about spirits. Literally, it's nearly 2 hours long now. I'm putting a segment up each week, and segment 12's just gone up. This one is about your life review. Previous one was about reincarnation. So basically, it covers everything you need to know about spirits. So if anyone's interested, that's on my Patreon page, which is Our True History on Patreon. Loads of videos there. What do you think of Islam? Same as I think of all the other religions. I think it has some truth to it based off of the Anunnaki, because obviously the Anunnaki were here before. There was no religion with the Anunnaki. So I think there's some truth to it. And as with all religions, I think people in power changed it to how it best suited them at that time, to get their best result out of, power, greed, or whatever. And unfortunately, you would probably do, me and you would probably do the same if we had a book and we could change it to suit, 6'3" people living, where I live, all has to be worshipped. I would write that in there, and you might do the same. about, all women might, have to cook for me. It's not a bad one. Make me breakfast in the morning. So you can see how people of power would change a thing that other people respect and believe in. I would certainly do the same. And unfortunately, as nice as I am, I would probably try and make it work for myself. Dragon Slayers wrote Enoch was Noah's grandfather. Now, there was actually a couple of Enochs as well, just to let you know. TikTokers wrote Outer History. So what is this life we are experiencing? What is the purpose? We're just biological entities that come and go. No different from, you building a TV, making a TV and it getting smashed up and destroyed. It comes, it goes. The light energy beings that join with us, they're eternal. They're here to learn. And that's it. So we come and go. The Light Shadows wrote, what do you know about ancient civilizations? It's a loaded question because technically the ancient ones were only the Anunnaki. Then, after they created humans, then we had civilizations of humans dotted around the place. So that's really the basics of the civilization, depending which ones you're talking about. But yeah, I do know a little bit. Tommy Guns, do you think the Anunnaki are still here? If they are, they're in charge of the elites or in power in some way, but not walking the streets. Junas wrote to Dar, we are just vessels for the souls inside our pineal gland have to have a life experience spot on. Hopefully you've come to that conclusion yourself, not just by listening to me, June. I know you're a very intelligent person, and I know you do ask really good questions, so I'm guessing you've done your own homework as well and came to the same conclusion. I mean, even abductees have said, by aliens, abductees have said that we're containers. That's all we are. We're classed as containers. Just reading the translation. Cuckoo has wrote, what good is this now? I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point, whether it's to do with depopulation or aliens or... Bane has wrote, yes, I agree, they are just stories. Again, not sure what I was talking about there. Sean has wrote, only if you stop being racist. Is that to me? I'm just looking at a picture of yourself. You seem to be of colour. I have been, as far as I know, in the last 5 hours of doing this live chat, I have not been racist in any shape or form. If someone's a numpty, they're a numpty, regardless of what colour skin they are. But if you're the person, for example, that have said to me on my videos when I say the Anunnaki were pale-skinned, blonde, and blue eyes, and then you're the type of person that said, no, they're black, and then I say, please show me the evidence of that, because I can show you where it says pale, blue skin, da-da-da, and then you call me racist, because I do have that, believe it or not. Even though I say, this is what gets me, even though I say the first humans on this planet were dark-skinned, I still get, and I'll be honest, it's people of colour. No, I've never had anyone of white say I'm wrong about the first humans being of colour. Not one person's called me racist for saying that I say that the first humans were dark-skinned. Not one person's told me I'm wrong. Not even people of colour have told me I'm wrong when I say. But when I say the Anunnaki are pale, I get accused of all sorts of stuff because they want them to be black, which is really sad. Because if it wasn't for the Anunnaki breeding with the humans, the dark-skinned humans, white colour wouldn't be here. So we're thankful to the darker-skinned people because we would not be here. It would be all darker-skinned people because they were breeding amongst themselves. So if it wasn't for the intermix of the pale skin of the Anunnaki, I probably wouldn't be here. Does that make me racist for thanking the Anunnaki for having their wicked way with the darker skinned people? I don't think so. My best mate is of colour. But if you want to call me racist, feel free, if it makes you feel better. Just scrolling down. John has wrote Giants. I'm going to have to be quick because it's battery's on 11% and I've been doing this for way too long. And my voice is going, as you can probably tell. Definitely Giants. Watch my videos from video 1 onwards. I go through it in a chronological order. And of course, when we get to the point of Giants, I explain who the Giants were, where they come from, where they went, what they did, what evidence we've got of them. If you want to watch my videos on my website or YouTube, it's Our True History and ourtruehistory.co.uk, or you can scroll on TikTok all the way to the bottom. But yeah, I think no one's on my giant videos. No one said that I'm wrong on anything that I've said. To be fair, no one's, other than the colour of the Anunnaki, not many people have said anything about anything that I'm wrong. Even the flat Earth videos where I prove that it's round, using my own logic, even those people haven't said I'm wrong. I have had, you don't know what you're talking about, that's what they say, but they can't answer my questions because they can't. So yeah, so I would say Boehner's wrote to Sean, racist, question mark. Yeah, I couldn't figure that one out. Sean has then wrote, what I mean to say is, unless he was talking to you. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe I missed a bit. Sorry. Forgive me if I went off on a tangent if he wasn't talking about me. Blu-ray has wrote, best book you would recommend from Sitchin. To start with, Book of Enoch. No. Sorry, Lost Book of Enki. Do not start with the Book of Enoch. It'll confuse the crap out of you, in my opinion. Go with the Lost Book of Enki. Start with that. And then, come back and see me after you've done that. June is wrote to Jean. I've asked my soul a lot to try a life experience being wealthy. No luck yet. Yeah, I think the thing is, the spirits, according to the Emerald Tablets of Hoth and hypno-regressionists and clairvoyants and mediums that I've spoke to, the soul knows your life before you are even born. So it chooses who it wants to be with. So if it wanted to be with a billionaire, it probably might not have chose you. So I'm sorry, they do choose who they want, because the whole point is they could have been with billionaires all their previous lives and now they need a change. So yeah, sorry about that. Dragons wrote, name the Anunnaki who locked himself in the Great Pyramid. That was Marduk. Yeah, so you obviously know your stuff by that. Well done. Yeah, that was Marduk. He was trying to escape from Inanna, Ninurta, Enlil. And he smashed all the crystals that was inside the Great Pyramid while he was trying to hide there. Fascinating story, isn't it? And that's why, if you watch my video, there's 2 holes into the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. No one other than me. I sound like a broken record, don't I? But let's be honest, if no one else comes up with these things, and I do, and I'm right. Anyway, that's why there's 2 holes exactly where the description of the blasts were for Ninurta to go in and drag Marduk out on the Great Pyramid. So yeah, I did a video on that, and no one has said I'm wrong. Yeah. TikTokers wrote, they are all Masons and allowed to tell certain information to help the evolution of mankind. Yeah, I think there is some Masons that allow these sort of things to happen. Same as MJ12. I think there's some people in there. Sophist has wrote, what proof do you have that these beings, some Sorry. What proof do you have of these beings, some Egyptian artifacts? Okay, I'm trying to try and read it in the way I think you're saying. So I think what you're saying is, what proof do you have of these beings? In other words, Anunnaki. Then it should have been comma, some Egyptian artifacts, and then you've put a laughing face. No, Sumerian artifacts to start with. Again, you probably wasn't here, but let me laugh back at you. The Sumerian tablets talk about planets and things on the planets that we've only found out in the last 100 years. So tell me how they knew that, these so-called fake tablets that I'm talking about. So one of us, and I'll let the people listening in, this is live, by the way, everyone. I do take my time to read every single question. So one of us is probably more right than the other. Either you, sophist, where you are trying to knock me down, or me, where I can point to the tablets that talk about Mars having ice on the North and South Pole, which we didn't know about until at least within the last 100-odd years properly. So answer that. You can't. So basically I laugh back at you. Haha, well done. I'm a genius. You're not. It's not your fault you're not a genius. The funny thing is, I was at school. I was a nunce. I was not nunce, a dunce at school. Special needs, couldn't read, still really can't read properly. I can't write, couldn't spell. And yet here I am educating you on something. How interesting is that? Hot videos, have a look at my channel. There's a picture of a hot babe. I'm guessing it's one of those ones that I have no need to look for hot babe. I have a hot babe. Hopefully she's listening. TikToker has wrote to Da. They also tell lies to keep us confused and docile. Absolutely. High grade TikTokers wrote, hello, I'm new here. Hope all is well. Welcome, join. Thank you for joining. Yes, everything's good here. We're all good. Thank you. TikTokers wrote, if all this information you got, are here, laugh out loud. Sorry, I'm trying to read that again. If, question mark, all this information you got, they are here, laugh out loud. Well, I know they were here. I believe some of them are still, or the offspring anyway. Sean has wrote, they aren't going to say it. Bain has wrote, the Anunnaki are the one that set the stepping stones for today. Yeah, they taught us laws and rules and marriage and everything. Jules wrote, do the corrupt powers like Rothschild, Freemasons, etc. have direct contact with the original beings? Really good question. Go number one in the class for that. Well done. I would say no. I would say it's probably done through the military. I would say they have a lot of influence. In other words, they probably met them, but I would say, they're not going to keep turning up every single meeting. Obviously, there's a language barrier as well. I would probably say that the Rothschilds, when they have their Bilderberg meetings and groups and whatever else, they would probably plan ahead on what to, deal with the Anunnaki about. But really good question. Sean has wrote, as soon as I leave. Josephine has wrote, what's your thoughts on the RH negative? I'm RH negative. Can give blood to everyone, but only from the same. If you watch my videos, but basically it's the Anunnaki's blood. They bred with us 100,000 years ago in Middle East. When I say bred with us, they bred with the humans that they'd already created. And that's exactly where mainstream say RH negative comes from, and exactly the same time frame where mainstream say it come from. Nigel's wrote, tell them about hell. HEL. Not two L's. Not sure. There is no such thing as hell, according to mediums, spiritualists, everything basically, other than priests that wanted us to listen to them. Sean has wrote, they're going to talk about the diamonds. Not sure what that's referring to. Koku has wrote, I'm lost. Sorry for the something. No worries. No worries at all. WD has wrote to Josephine, same. It means we are direct descendants of the Anunnaki. Yeah, the RH negative. Yeah, because they bred with us. So if you're RH negative, that's their blood type that you've got compared to the humans that bred with other humans. Deekers wrote, love your lives. Thank you very much. I could do with a drink there. Thank you very much. Noble is, where are they now? Some died, some went back, some possibly stayed here and set up the Vatican, in my opinion. Hermel has wrote, the Nephilim are still here. Sheikh, however you pronounce his name, is one. I just think, I don't think he's a Nephilim, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Noble says, where are they now at this minute? Some died, some went back home, and some stayed and probably are pulling strings behind the scenes. Sean's wrote, they're going to talk about the Nephilim. Sean wrote, who created the Anunnaki. Same as who created cats, who created elephants, who created anything. It was chemicals. They actually do talk about their home life on their planet before they even got here. And they basically evolved same as we did, not us, but same as every other creature on this planet evolved properly. They evolved because everything is a chemical, believe it or not. Just scrolling down. TikTokers wrote, mining is a delicate thing. You can't use technology to do it, unfortunately, because you may destroy it. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, I didn't add that, but yeah, fair point. Well done. Dragon Slayers wrote, Anunnaki know about the creator. They talk about the creator of everything. What that is, could be computer code, it could be a brain. I don't know what it is, but they talk about it a couple of times. Ardent Soldiers wrote, there is no more good on Nibiru. The Anunnaki mined it out. Sorry, that's gold, I'm guessing you mean. There is no more gold on Nibiru. They never had gold. Their planet didn't have gold at all. As far as I'm aware, there's no mention of them mining gold whatsoever. The first thing they done was try to restart the volcanoes. That failed. Then they went to the asteroid belt because that had gold in it. They lost 2 ships. It was too dangerous for them. Then, long story short, they ended up here on Earth, which also had gold. Nigel's wrote, Nigel's wrote, they are still here in the ocean, in the Earth, in the Antarctica, on the moon, etc. I've not come across any evidence of that, but Nigel's wrote, they were bigger than us. Their home environment had more O2. Yeah, they were bigger than us. Almost probably double the size. GC Zibbos wrote this, the reptilians scare me. Yep, they're the bad ones, or the Dracos are. Not Nigel's wrote, working here was uncomfortable. It was indeed. Old and Wise wrote, believe we destroyed ourselves over and over. No evidence of, I hear what you're saying, but there's no evidence of that. The only evidence of any kind of humans. Now, obviously, if we destroyed ourselves over and over, the chances that we regenerated, reborn in the same way each time, in other words, a bipedal human, 6 foot, whatever, pretty slim if we destroyed ourselves over and over. In other words, we didn't destroy ourselves totally, is what you really should say, because otherwise the chances of us coming back exactly the same over and over is pretty slim. But again, the oldest known evidence of anything is when the Anunnaki were here. I'm just going to have a quick drink, and then I'm probably going to do a few more questions. This is live, by the way. It's just I read every single question, but I will have to shoot because I've got stuff to do and dinner to make, actually. I haven't even eaten. So a few more questions and I'll shoot. But just to let everyone know, my lives are on my website. So if anyone's interested, you can go to ourtruehistory.co.uk. You can watch loads of lives there or listen to them. They're on podcasts. They're on Spotify and whatever else. Just type in Our True History. So I'm just going to scroll, because I accidentally scrolled to the bottom anyway, so that's perfect timing. So I'm just going to scroll up to probably the last 15 questions, and then forgive me if I've missed yours. You can catch me on another live. Lavender wrote Hel the Goddess. Not sure who Hel is, actually. I'd be interested to know who that was. Don't know that name. Sim has wrote, are the greatest stockholders of the world chosen by the Anunnaki? It's a good question. Go number 2 in the class for that. I don't think so, because the Anunnaki were here thousands of years ago and would have been staying here, and people like Rockefeller only got rich because of the oil and for cars and stuff. So, and that was only fairly recently in the big scheme of things. So I wouldn't have said so. Laurie wrote to someone. Sorry, I won't read out the things. Chris has wrote Hela, the goddess. Not ringing a bell, I'm afraid. You've got me on that one. Hera, which was Zeus's wife, but Hela, not ringing a bell. Sorry. I feel like a numpty now. Lavender has wrote Hel was named after Hel, as she rules the underworld. What whereabouts? Because you've got obviously Osiris, you've got Anubis, and you've got Agatha, and various different other names for the underworld in different locations. So I'm trying to think where Hel was. Sorry, yeah, you got me on that one. My brain's gone on that. Mind has wrote to Chris because of their minds. So people chatting to each other. Abandons wrote, well, what about Tartarus? Already covered that earlier. My research leads me to zero evidence of a advanced race from Tartaria. Tartaria Empire was a Mongolian empire 500 years ago. I've asked for evidence. No one's given me it. There's no evidence I can come across. Yes, there was mud that covers buildings occasionally. That's fine. Doesn't mean there was an empire that was, mightier than the British Empire 200 years ago that got wiped off the face of the earth, and every memory got wiped off. Every written text about them got wiped off the face of the earth. Every bit of their advanced technology got wiped off the face of the earth because of mud. I can't find it. I'm sorry. I did look. There's a couple of people chatting to each other. Ola of Aya wrote, did they make the star forts across the world? If you're talking about the Anunnaki and you're talking about the ley line situation, yes. If that's what you're referring to. Abandoned rises. Sorry if I'm being quick. It's just I've been doing this for too many hours now. Abandons wrote, we can cure the RH negative imprint with unconditional love. Please don't say that, because my ex-wife was RH negative, or is RH negative. She's I don't want to cure her. With love anyway. Laurie has wrote, how did you do closed captions? My deaf friend said TikTok cannot do closed, only for videos. I think there is an option, yeah. Have I got closed captions on now? I don't know if I have or not. I don't know if I have, because I'm only looking at my screen, but I think there is an option. I think you have to do it when you're actually in the live, not before. I think Yeah, look it up. I think there's an option where you do it while you're in the live. Sorry, it scrolled to the bottom while I was trying to figure that out. Uh, Jibril has wrote, so why can we prove Jesus and Muhammad were real and not the aliens? Well, technically you can't, I would say you certainly can't prove Jesus was real, because all you're going by is a book. Because if you go by a book, and I don't mean to sound facetious, but if you go by a book, then Frodo Baggins is real. Do you see what I mean? So you have to go by a little bit more than just a book. So with the Anunnaki, we've got the buildings that they created. We've got evidence that they prove that they know about planets that we didn't know about. They've got carvings of themselves. They've got tombs of themselves. The list just goes on, really. The language that suddenly fully fledged language that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Two princes that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How can you have suddenly two princes and not a king here on Earth? Because King Anu was on Nibiru. So, yeah, that's how. But, Jesus and Muhammad, unless you've got anything other than a book, just from logic, don't hate me, this is just how I work, I would need a little bit more than just a book. Just scrolling down, Alex has wrote, what's your explanation for giants? Well, the Anunnaki were 8 to 12 foot tall. They had relationships with the humans, which gave them children, and some of those children had gigantism, just as we have to this day. We can now cure it to a degree. Like Robert Wadlow, we could have actually cured him, who was one of the tallest humans, and he had gigantism. But so if their children, because obviously there's two different races there, you've got an Elohim, which is an alien race, and you've got humans, had children, you're more than likely going to get some defects, problems. And, gigantism would be one of the problems. And obviously, if their parents are already 8 to 12 foot tall, being taller than them, 20, 30 foot tall. So that's how I explain gigantism. Sim1's wrote, thank you. Hopefully that's to me. You're more than welcome. Mind has wrote, I hide in the darkness to serve the light. Wow, you sound like a page out of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. That's what they talk about all the time. Elaine's wrote, Hera. Was that? Yeah, because I was talking about, maybe, was I right then? And they were talking about Hera but got it wrong and I was right? Or, because I'd not heard of Hell, but I knew Hera. So maybe I was right and then they had it wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Deakus wrote Norse Hell was in Odin's Door. Okay. Yeah, no, you got me on that one. I know Norse a bit, but yeah, that one's gone over my head. So well done. I can't answer that. I will need to re catch up on that. Yeah. Okay. Forgive me. Yeah, you got me on that one. Susie's also wrote Norse. Yeah. Sorry, guys, you got me on that one. I need to go back. I did study it all years and years ago, but as you know, because I'm doing these TikToks, I've been studying the things that I'm doing for TikTok in an order. And Norse was actually coming after my videos on India, so I was going to go back and restudy everything on Norse. So if you just hold on, I will get to Norse. Thank you, everybody. They're all telling me now it's Hell is from Norse. Yeah, forgive me. You got me on that. It was so long ago that I probably read about all that. Jibs has wrote, where are you getting this information? Google, question mark. No, absolutely not. I mean, I use Google to show what mainstream believe of things on my videos. And then I also then point out where I believe they're wrong. No, so just watch my videos and you'll see where I get this information from. I point to it where possible. SDW's wrote, what do you think of the Islamic agenda is? I couldn't answer that. I haven't looked into whether or not there's an agenda. I guess if there is, I don't know it. I have no idea. I've not. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. There's people that's studied it a lot better than I have. So I only read the Quran for the reason of where I can ascertain where it got information from. Sumerians or Anunnaki. I didn't sort of read it to say, oh, I'm going to believe in everything that it says and I'm going to follow it and it's going to give me the path of what I need to do and stuff like that. I didn't read it like that. Sorry. Patrick's also wrote, hello, Norse goddess. Yeah, see, you're all smarter than me. Well done, everybody. Just scrolling down. People are chatting to each other. Deeks wrote, Hel was Loki's daughter. Norse. Someone else said Hel was Odin's daughter earlier. So I will be getting back round. Sorry to the person that wants to join the live. I'm gonna have to shoot in a sec. I'm going myself and my boy. And I wanted to watch another episode of Smallville, so I'm going through these. They're going really quick. Because there's lots of questions, I will reiterate my podcasts are on Spotify, on my website. So if you ever want to listen to me waffling on to other people's questions on another previous live, feel free to do so. My website, everything's there. You can go from there to YouTube and go from there to Spotify. Everything's on outtruehistory.co.uk. Cox has wrote, Hell was Africa where naughty ones were enslaved in gold mines. Swoop has wrote, where can we find a book about this to read, a real book? Lost Book of Enki is probably the best place to start. There's audio versions of it and you can buy it as well. Lost Book of Enki it's called. Again, go to my website, everything's there. Link page shows you what I think is really good for and I don't just deal with ancient stuff, like modern aliens and modern Black Ops and all that kind of stuff. I talk about User59 has wrote, hello User59 back. Liam's wrote, do you believe in God? No, really. It's heart of my hearts. Obviously, the Bible is a copy of the original text. There's no denying that. You can't. If you read the old original text, you can't deny it. If one's saying one thing and then thousands of years later you get a Bible and it's saying the same thing, one of them has to be right. So, but is there an almighty being that looks over us? No. Is there something that created the universe? Possibly. Whatever that is, it's not a god in my opinion. It's something that somehow got created, but I have no idea what that is. Michelle has wrote, thanks for the live. We'll be sure to come back. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Looks like you've been watching for ages because you're number one, so bless you. I feel sorry for you at the same time for listening to me. Mind has wrote, people divide under the perspective of the brain. I think I'm probably missing some things on that comment there. User59s, do you think there will be a disclosure soon? Absolutely not. No. The only way they're going to disclose is when they drop the population down to 500 million, and those that are left are basically under one world government, and then they'll say, right, here's aliens, here's tech, this is our way, we don't need fossil fuels, we can use all these to fly around. Sorry about all those other billions that died, but this is our future, and it's an AI future. That is only when they will disclose. There's no way they're going to do it now, because people's been abducted by aliens, and people's been killed for mentioning aliens and all sorts of stuff. So all that will be brought out if they admit there's aliens. So no, they're not, in my opinion. Lucas has wrote, hi Lucas, nice of you to join. Laurie's wrote, can't wait until you go live again. When, please? Great talk. Thank you very much. I don't seem to, only when I get time to go live. But I do lives, and again, they're on my Patreon page. Not Patreon page. There is actually lives on my Patreon page as well, but they're on my website or Spotify, so you can just go to there and listen to them. Ourtruehistory.co.uk. But do look out for me. If you follow me, you should be notified that I'm doing a live. So hopefully you can join. But thank you very much for the kind words. It's really nice to hear. Simmers wrote, what about ghosts? What are they? Light energy beings, nothing to do with you, join with you. They're like a hard drive. They're connected to you. You die. You're now in charge of that hard drive for a period until that hard drive crosses over to the light again, to another plane of existence, which is, so we're in the physical plane. There's plane 1, plane 2. So when the orb goes over to plane 2, that orb takes control. You are just a file in its memory with all the other people it's been with. It then goes back round and joins with another person. And if that person has hypnoregression, your memories will come through to this new person, and this new person says, oh, my previous life was listening to a guy on TikTok. No, it wasn't his previous life. It's the spirits, the entity that joined with that new person, previous host's life, if that makes sense. So that's all that ghosts are. They can stay around for a period, humans, but eventually we go. Speedy has wrote, you can turn them on, off in the share button on the right, but not sure if creators are have to enable. Okay, so that's to do with the closed captions, but I'm ever going to have to shoot soon, so I really didn't make any dinner tonight so far. Scrimmer has wrote, were the pyramids made by lizards? No, it was made by the Anunnaki. The one that designed it was Ningazida, who ended up being Thoth in Egypt, and he created the smaller pyramid out of the 3 in Giza as a test. So you'll see that mainstream won't let you in, or Egypt won't let you into the small one, because you'll see that it's the same design as the bigger one. And it had crystals in it, the bigger one. It was a light beam that came out the top. No, it wasn't solid gold. Do not listen to mainstream. Laugh at them when they say solid gold, because you can just say to them, where's the evidence of solid gold? And they say, oh, it's stolen. So then you could say, well, it was made out of cheese, the top of it. Well, why'd you say that? Because that was stolen and eaten. Why gold? Well, because gold's valuable. That's the extent of it. So watch my videos. I cover it. I think I explain the 3 materials that was used for the top of the Great Pyramid as well. So yeah, Darren's wrote a book that was rewritten 6 times. The Bible. I'm guessing you're saying, yeah, crazy, isn't it? How people still sort of follow that. But just scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Acorns wrote, there is written historical evidence of Jesus that's not Bible related, such as, I'm not going to be around to unfortunately get the info off of you there. I'd love to have chatted to you about that, because you could say, well, the name, that was a really popular name. There was lots of popular names. Obviously, Jesus wasn't the original name. Forgive me, what the name was. Wasn't Yahweh, was it? Or Anyway, whatever his name was a really popular name back then. Now, there is paintings of a person called Jesus, so I'll give you that. However, he looked nothing like what we imagine him to look like. He was wearing Roman clothes, etc. The oldest picture of a person that we believe is Jesus looks nothing like what we described him as now, with the hair and the beard and everything. There's about 6 pictures of Jesus from old times. Still, those pictures, the oldest one is still, hundreds of years after Jesus was even around. So again, it's I could draw a picture now, and in 100 years people will say, was that real? Does it make it real? Now, if I draw a picture of Frodo Baggins and people see this and the book, does that make Frodo Baggins real? See, at least with the Anunnaki, when the first language ever to suddenly appear with no, previous language, just suddenly a brand new language, and they talk about the planets that we only found out recently about. Then you have to say, okay, someone somewhere knew some fancy stuff. But if those pictures were taken from the Bible, in other words, same as the Bible, whatever you're saying that the other texts that's not related to the Bible, chances are the texts are older than the Bible and we're talking about stuff because of the Bible. Does that make sense? Whereas at least the Anunnaki, we've got carvings of them. We actually see their face. So, yeah. At the time as well of the Anunnaki, not 200, 400, 600 years after the Anunnaki were here. We've got carvings of them in their poses over and over in different locations. Base Matthew has wrote, read The Light of Egypt, The Science of the Soul and the Stars by Thomas Burgoyne. Obviously, other people can feel free to read that. I have read enough Egyptian and enough light energy being stuff to know where my version comes from. So I only saying that because I don't want to read other people's stuff and then have to debunk it or if they've come to the same conclusion as me, great. But I'd rather always go back to the original source myself as opposed to reading someone else's, if possible. Mind has wrote, the heart is the religion, but it's used for power over love. Sim Ones wrote, haha, I always say that the same. It's just a book. Steve Spencer wrote, where did the Anunnaki go? Some stayed here and probably died. The offspring probably ended up working in the Vatican or creating the Vatican, and some went back to their home planet. Laurie's wrote, what about Christ within? Secret of secretion. See, that's the problem. When you talk about Christ within, 3,000, give or take, 298,000 years of humans before Christ came along. Because even the Bible talks about that judge, or some Bible, Catholic or Christian, I'm not sure, talks about Jesus will judge your life or something like that. I did a video, actually, it has not released it yet. It's on TikTok still, on my drafts. And I actually asked religious people on that video when I released it, can you answer two questions? One is, how come Jesus can be your life reviewer when there was 300,000 years of people before that? Because it says, according to the religious side of it, it says that Jesus will basically allow you to go from good or bad depending on your life review. I'm paraphrasing. So what about the 300? That's my question on that video when I release it. What about the 300,000 years of people, humans, that didn't have Jesus around to say, yeah, good or bad, or watch my life review? Because there's nothing connected Jesus to us humans other than a person possibly called Jesus back then. So that's my take on that. Cream has wrote, do you think Enlil's flood inspired Noah's Ark? Oh, yeah, I mean, watch my videos. Thank you, Mitch, for the rose. Watch my videos. I show the tablet. I actually show the tablet where Enki's telling Noah, or Zazudra as his real name is, to build a flood because of Enlil. Yeah. So yeah, it's all there. SC has wrote, I'm gonna have to shoot soon, guys. Bowels of hell refers to our reproductive organs when not held in a sacred way. Minders wrote to Laurie, Christ was the first brave man to stand up for women as a man. Elaine's wrote, you will have to go to Egypt and see all the paintings on the ancient buildings. Yeah, that's one place. I've been to many, places. Obviously, Egypt's not one of them, though, to look at these. I was waiting until they got a McDonald's nearby, and I think they have now. So, Pitt has wrote, Mr. You people stole every book from Assyria in 2003, and you became smart. When you say you people, I doubt if the other people listening would want to associate themselves with me. And I don't remember stealing anything from 2003. But you could also become smart, because you say, and you become smart. All right, let's use logic. Uh-oh, danger time, everyone. Be aware, numpty alert. So, let's look at this. Pitt Street, you wrote, Mister, you people stole every book from Assyria in 2003, and you become smart. So, let's look at it this way. Pitt, you had the books previous to 2003. Your Honour, they did, because we stole it from them, apparently. Fair enough, carry on. So if you had the books from previous to 2003, did you or did you not read them to make yourself smart? No. Why? Because he's insinuating that we're smarter than them now. Fair point. Sorry, Mr. Pitt. You've just made yourself look like a numpty by saying that you didn't read them, but we did. And I've just got loads of people giving me roses, probably thinking that my logic is amazing. I should have been a lawyer. I know I did actually, but I can't read. I can't write. So, thank you, everybody. Okay, one or two more, and then I'm going to show. Thank you. I can see all the roses. Sorry. Stop. Oh, God, I'm going to... Oh, you're killing me. Stop. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Wow, I've gone red now. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to take that last snippet and do a YouTube video on that, on a TikTok video, so people see that. That's brilliant. Thank you. Stop, though. I appreciate all the roses and everything. I guess that's why people watch my videos, because of the logic. Oh, please stop. Please, I mean it. Stop. I bet that person's still not around. If he was, anyway, Pete, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all of those. Peter Walsh has wrote, a lot of defects are through needles and gunk. Thank you, Hunting. You don't. Please stop. No, honestly, stop now. Save your fingers and for someone more worthy than me. Connor's wrote, pop me in, lad. Got a query for you. I'm really gonna have to shoot now. I don't know how long I've been doing this. Hours and hours and hours. Thank you. Please stop. I'm gonna have to leave deliberately. Just stop people sending me roses. Thank you very much, though. Two more questions, and then I'll have to stop. You're trying to get rid of me now because I said I'll stop if you keep doing it. Stop. Enough now. Thank you. Amor has wrote, were Anunnaki smart thinking is easier to handle humans than robots, or were they outcasts? No, I don't think they had robots. It's a good question. Go number 2 in the class. I don't think they had robots. There's nothing in anything that I've ever read that said that they had androids, robots, anything whatsoever like that. Also, the time it took them when they realised Earth had gold, the time it took them to prepare a ship and, wait for it, and come here with the first 50 Anunnaki, because one was already here, long story, the time it took was 3,600 years. So Alalula, who was here on his own, stayed here for 3,600 years until they got a ship. Now, wait for it, on their own planet, only a year passed. So they had to load up whatever technology they had to be able to mine or siphon from the water, which is where they first started, on that ship. So that's why they, maybe they didn't all use water-powered ships, but the ship that Enki turned up in was a water-powered ship, which is why they used the pumping system to filter out the gold from the ship. So yeah, they don't mention anything to do with robots or that. So they only had a year. So for us to suddenly build a robot to go and mine or help whatever, it wouldn't be a very long time. But obviously on our time, 3,600 years passed, but Alalula was sleeping every 14 days and nights, which, for him, it was still only a year. Trombones wrote, they never said they were gods. It was humans who did. Yes, correct. Spot on. That's what I've said right at the top of this video. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, it's because the name Elohim translates into gods. Thank you, Octiz. You don't have to. Essay has wrote, Jacob's Ladder is our spine. I need to do a video on Jacob's Ladder, actually. Laurie's wrote, Toth really fall from grace. Do you mean Thoth or Toth? Thoth didn't. You got me on Toth. You get people getting me tonight. I don't know who Toth is off the top of my head. Maybe I'm too mixed up with Thoth. I'd need to research that again. Elaine's wrote Hera Greek. Yeah, I knew Hera. Yeah, I know Hera quite well. I married Hera. You can't blame Hera though. Basically, Hera was an Anunnaki wife, but because of the rules that the Anunnaki or the Elohim put in when they finished their battles on their own planet and then created a... Oh, I'll do it now, Clark. Sorry. I'm going to have to shoot everybody. My boy's out ready for dinner. So feel free to go to ourtruehistory.co.uk. There's plenty of videos and podcasts and everything else. Apologies for not getting through to all these messages, but I will do another live as I always do. But thank you very much for all your help and great questions, etc. Enjoyed it tonight. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Hope you all have a great day or evening. Thank you. Bye. Bye.